mid-May. Okay. But so here's Alvdal, 265 kilometers away. The car estimates that we will arrive with 26%. Wow. Well, that is possible. The car estimates 359 kilometers range. We have 99%. We just dropped off Isabel at the kindergarten. So I have a little bit of dead weight with me. This is Cybex Anoris T. Doesn't matter too much. Weighs around 15 kilograms. But yeah, okay. If we look at car scanner, right, it reports 99.6% still charged. Battery is nice and warm. Now this car, since it's poor man's car, it also has no heat pumps, no heat scavenging. So which means that the car does not suck heat from the battery. Maybe that's why it overheated. But okay, what I want to see is that when I did the 1,000 kilometer challenge, I drove in 110, 120 zones. You know, in Sweden, drove fast. But now today we will have 110 zone here, and then a little bit there, and then mostly just 80 zones. So we drive a lot slower. Will the car overheat then? Plus that today it is windy. We have wind from the north, and it's only 7.5 degrees Celsius. All right, let's get ready, and then off we go. Yeah, good morning. We are back in the poor man's car. I'm gonna drive to Ardal today and back again. Hopefully I can make it there. Huh? Yeah. And then tomorrow I'm planning on doing Sunday drive because it will be warmer tomorrow. Today is quite cold actually. Get some wind from the north. Only 7.5 degrees Celsius. Yeah, exactly, for breakfast. You can watch breakfast while I mean you can watch the live stream while eating breakfast. I see many people tend to watch something on YouTube while they are eating. Saw a woman at the pho restaurant. She had to watch something while eating, otherwise I guess the food wouldn't taste that well. So yeah, today we hammer it. Tomorrow I drive like an old man. Does that sound like a good plan? Also, yeah, I've been going the Venabygdsfjellet route, but this car I expect doesn't go that far, around 400-ish kilometers only. So, which means that the Venabygdsfjellet route is too far. I will end up just like last time around Løten, right? So I will not take that route tomorrow. I will go actually to Gol, and then Golsfjellet, and then via via Dokka, and then back here, and that would be 404 kilometers not found. Oh, the guy's hammering it. Well, is he going to hammer it, or is he just going to slow poke? Yeah, there's some slow pokes here, but that's the name of the game. So this time we hammer it. We just want to get over there to Alvdal as fast as possible. And then back again, just to see what happens with the battery for this type of scenario, which is also quite common in Norway. Oh, but wow, we have so much headwind right now. Holy macaroni, I can feel the wind pushing me also. So okay, that will be quite tough on the consumption, also the heat, but this is a real world test, right? Hammer it in headwind, see what the consumption is, and also the temperature in the battery. So 21 to 22 degrees Celsius in the battery now. We started around 20 degrees. Holy crap, there's a lot of wind. Yeah, strong wind from the north. Crazy weather conditions nowadays. Yesterday we had nice warm weather, and then suddenly strong wind from the north, cold. 2 days. Well, actually tomorrow will be warmer. Supposedly it will be 21 degrees Celsius, cool tomorrow. So I'm going to take the Golsfjellet, Ardal, Dokka, and then Roa and back to Jessheim, that route. Refrigerant label a lot, huh? Okay, no heat pump. Yeah, but there's, oh, okay. Yeah, but I haven't double checked, but according to spec, right, what you guys say, no heat pump. Actually, I'm not 100% sure. Maybe I need, wait, did you guys check the website, the Norwegian website? Yeah, Sunday dry tomorrow. Okay, under the hood, right. But when we are driving now, I mean, even if we use the heat or heat pump, what will it show in the auxiliary consumers or the AC compressor? Or is the AC, yeah, well, I've seen the AC compressor kick in, but now only the auxiliary consumer is running. Oh yeah, when I run battery heater, then auxiliary consumer goes up to 5 something kilowatts. So that means that the PTC, I mean the battery heater runs on PTC, but also supposedly now that we get heater, we run it on PTC. It's 8 degrees Celsius outside, so we need to run some heating here, not cooling in the cabin. Yeah, dehumidification, but it doesn't use the AC compressor for normal basis now for heating. It's always off now. As long as the humidity is low, then AC doesn't kick in. At night, it seems to kick in slightly more often. So now we just hammer it. Maybe I'll have a circle kebab at Alvdal. While the car is charging. But well, I had to pay attention to the charging also, yeah. See what's going on. Maybe for yeah, that's true. And then, well, if you can get over there in one single charge, then we can definitely go back in one charge, right? Because then we have tailwind and downhill and hjemlengsel and more kjøttkake is waiting for you. Then the consumption is low, definitely, and speed is high. Juniper? I don't remember, but you can, someone type upcoming. I have to ask my manager about that. 23 degrees Celsius min temp, okay. Well, that's a strong headwind. Right there. Consumption is 261 watt-hour per kilometer. So we should be back in Home around 4-ish. Yeah. Tried to push it a bit. Like, she is so slow doing things, eating slow and doesn't focus on things. And when I go to the restroom or I brush my teeth, tell her to put on Lillelam or the wool suit, jumpsuit, and then she doesn't do it, and then I have to do it for her. So everything just goes slow in the morning. It's like she doesn't know that we need to rush it because I'm gonna travel far and then come back late. For her, just chill every day. Yeah, she doesn't have to get anywhere on point. So ideally I wanted to get out earlier, but it just, yeah, this was the fastest I could go. But I mean, it's still relatively fast. Many times I don't know how the heck we end up at kindergarten 9:15, 9:30, and I'm supposed to have some other test or whatever I do, Sunday drive or whatever, right? So I have to be more Nazi tomorrow. Just chop, 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 come on, chop, chop, schnell, schnell. Yeah, stop dicking around. We can chill and dig around in the afternoon, evening. Then we have plenty of time, but not in the morning. Okay, consumption is slightly lower, 258 watt-hour per kilometer. I already done the range test. Well, I posted today. Yeah, but this car is on par with the other ID3, so around 200 watt-hour per kilometer, the 120 test. And then only 140 something in the 90 test. Yeah. So I expect around 120 in the Sunday drive. But it's going to be windy tomorrow, which is not ideal, but maybe, hopefully not that windy in the Gould route. So I want to see if this car overheats at Alvdal. Well, possibly we start at Ardal. I think if I don't have enough juice for Ardal, I will just top up somewhere, probably Koppang, and then go for Ardal. Have the big charging session and the food at Ardal. And we see if it overheats or not. But it shouldn't, because we have to drive slow. But then I don't know how the algorithm works for the OnlyFans. It will run OnlyFans at 60% until the max temp is below 30 degrees Celsius, and it stops. So there's no timer on it. It just runs as long as it's needed. But at least it's OnlyFans, so it probably saves a lot of energy there. Or maybe it pulls only 500 watt or 300 watt for OnlyFans. OnlyFans is cheap, you know, compared to AC. What's the trick to not replicate? Okay, first of all, don't enter the car from the driver's door. You have to enter from the passenger or somewhere else, on the trunk or the back seat. Don't open the driver. Yeah, as soon as you open the driver's door, then it stops the AC, and then it ramps up again. And then also maybe don't go too deep. So go to around 10%. Yeah, no lower than 10%. Especially 2% and 1%. That's bad. I mean, not bad, but not ideal. And then seems like once it replicates, it just doesn't, it cannot recover, which is weird because it has lots of cooling capability, but it's not running it. You know, you will see that the battery temperature just rises, and then AC compressor is almost zero, or I mean, it might be zero. It's only running on fans and shit like that. What the heck is it doing? Just ramp up that cooling ASAP, you know, so it doesn't. So I don't know, man. Is it just mismanagement? It hasn't been adjusted or something? I don't know what's going on. Okay, here we have to drive slow, as always. I figure out where they get juice from. I see there's a little cord hanging over the edge there. So they probably plug it in, yeah. It would be madness to run it on battery power. So they have juice somewhere here, land power. It's been running for weeks, months actually. It's gonna be a while until they finish this. They finished this half section now of the bridge. Now they're working on the second half. So yeah. Which means that the range test for me will start from Minnesund for a long time until, I don't know, September. Or we can check on Veivassne when they're planning finishing over here. Because normally I would start at Ardal, you know, and do my loops. But nowadays, always from Minnesund instead. We'll have the claim the 110 kilowatt, not Pure. Oh, okay. But I mean, performance is really awesome. Charge performance. It's just that the Model 3 is more efficient. So that's why Model 3 beat everything. Plus that it has also a relatively big battery. Yeah, the battery is bigger, yeah? 55 kilowatt hour net capacity, or 56, I don't remember. But here we have 51 something ish. Of course that helps. Plus that the Model 3 can hit 170 kilowatt flat from 1%, right? Or whatever. Whereas here, well, here the problem is that if you go deep, then you replicate. So it would be great if you can just go to 1% and then ride on 145 kilowatt flat until around 30%. That would be great. Yeah. Okay, what is the car estimating now? Alvdal with 17%. Oh, it's dropping, huh? Well, because headwind. But you know, why didn't it predict it before? It should have known that we had headwind. Tesla knows everything. Too long, okay. Yeah, turning circle is quite bad on Model 3 versus this car. Okay, and the car says we will arrive at Alvdal at noon. Oh, that would be great. They'll probably need around half an hour charging there. I don't know. Let's see. I mean, I don't have to charge 100%. It would be great to maybe take a P stop at Elverum or Tangen. Tangen is a nice stop. Half an hour before Yes home. So I might don't want to hold it too long before. And also at yeah. Okay. Whoa! Look at that. Mjøsen is white today. Windsock is erected. Wow, it's quite strong wind. All the stripes are erected. What does that mean? How many meters per second are we talking about here? Or knots or whatever they counted in. I think we're talking about around 7 meters per second. Massive. Consumption is 246 watt-hour per kilometer. It's still not that bad. The cooling system, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they overlook something, which doesn't surprise me when it comes to Volkswagen. But actually, I like the new front, the hood design way better than the old. The old looks weird. It looks like a freaking bird with a beak. The new is better. It's interesting that in every tunnel there are turbines there to well, it needs an airflow in a tunnel, and many tunnels they have one direction up or down. They have a given direction where the airflow wants to flow, and they probably want to flow it upwards. But they need airflow there or circulation there because of fossil cars. Otherwise, fossil cars, they don't get enough oxygen to work in the tunnels. They will actually choke, right? Or they will perform worse. But what if we have more EVs in Norway? Can they then measure the oxygen level? Or do they have oxygen or CO2? Or yeah, it's probably CO2, not oxygen. Do they measure the CO2 levels in there? Because EVs, they don't consume CO2. They don't consume oxygen other than the humans inside the cars, but it's minimal, right? Actually, I wonder how much oxygen a car consumes compared to a human. Let's say if a car is hammering at 120 kilometers per hour, I bet that's a lot compared to a human. Just given that the car is consuming to a human, just idling. But it could save could save on maintenance also, and on fan speed. If you run here, for example, I believe that when you go downhill, there's I see the fan running. But they don't need that many fans to keep the airflow going. There are actually there are many fans over here. I bet they suck it down into the lowest position. But once we are at the lowest position, then it will just flow naturally itself upwards. No wait, CO2 is heavy, it sinks. It has sensor CO2 content interior. Huh? What? Well, that, you're talking about car scanner now. Right, the circle of range keeps shrinking, but it's still covering Ardal for now. Consumption is 252 watt-hour per kilometer. It will be better once we hit the low speed stretch, but for now we are hammering it. But I mean, if you have 51 kilowatt-hour and we go at this consumption, we can only reach 200 kilometers. But fortunately, the motorway stretch is only around 100-ish kilometers, and then that means another 150 kilometer is on the low speed stretch. And then in the 90, I mean in the 80 zones and so on, lower, then I bet the consumption will be around 150 only. No, uphill 160 maybe. So if we take the average of 160 and 250, then we get 310. Wait, 400, 200-ish watt-hour per kilometer. That means we can go 250 kilometers. Whoa, we can barely make it to Alvdal. Oh, okay. Maybe I can just, for old time's sake, stop at the 50 kilowatt charger. They are an old relic right now, getting extinct at Ardal. Probably don't lose that much time. Need to top up maybe 10 minutes. Then I can just talk about the old times. And that in Norway they're actually removing those chargers and they're replacing them with chem power, with smarter power distribution, or some alpatronics. But then on low visit locations like Ardal, then they don't bother wasting the money. But actually it is bad if some dude comes over there and then charges at 50 kilowatt, get a peak. They have to pay for the power tariff, and actually very few kilowatt hour. I only spend, I may only buy maybe 5 or 10 kilowatt hour, but they have to pay way more because of the peak power tariff. So, but I think it, NVE, or no, it was again, I think it was, or Statnet, or whoever is in response, they need to not be so strict on the power tariff, maybe at least outside the big cities, because otherwise what you're going to do, you want fast chargers out there, but CPOs, they are losing money. They could remove them, of course. Maybe that's the solution, because nowadays you have EVs, they already have so good range that you don't need fast charger every 50 kilometers. That was a requirement from Innova 10 years ago or something, actually even before that, 15 years ago, when they put up a tender. They would support building of charging corridors, for example in Ardal. But the requirement was 2 times 50 kilowatt DC and 2 times 22 kilowatt AC. That didn't age well. Almost, well, especially for the last 10 years, nobody has used AC that much. Okay, a few Zoes here and there, crazy mother truckers, but they don't venture out in the wilderness. So the AC is just a waste of money. And the DC is now too slow that nobody wants to stop there. They stop at the 150 or higher site instead. So it's like a bad spiral. Nobody wants to visit it. They still need to pay for maintenance and data line and shit. And yeah. Wait, there's a chat was it's the blue, just like we only need 2 cubic meter of CO2 for every liter of fuel. So okay, per liter of fuel. Okay, well, 1 liter you can usually go how much is that, 20 kilometers. Or the other way around, for 1 kilometer, how much CO2 do you need? Or I mean oxygen. But then I don't know the numbers for human. But I bet the cars, they consume a lot more since they're hammering it. But maybe they are actually very, very efficient compared to humans. Humans are really inefficient. They sweat a lot and they cannot produce that much power, just around 100 to 200 watts only. We are soft compared to a silverback gorilla. You know, as a juniper, we can see junipers everywhere nowadays. En ny landeplage. Okay, consumption 257 watt-hour per kilometer, but we are exiting the motorway soon. Saved by the bell. And also now that we hammer it like this, then the battery temperature goes up 22 to 24 degrees Celsius. Yeah, actually when we go slow, the battery will naturally cool down. I saw that in the range test. And it heated up on the 120 test, but then it cooled down in the 90 test. And it was even 14 degrees outside, 14 to 16 degrees. And today it's only 8 degrees, so I think we get some natural cooling of the battery here. 21 liter oxygen per minute. And then, okay, but what about the car hammering at 120 kilometers per hour? Can we calculate in the oxygen per minute equivalent so we can compare them? Bitteschön. Okay, we are on Tongan. So yeah, I was wrong. I think I said earlier that Lillebuthammer, they opened on the 18th. No, they actually opened on the 28th of May. Wow, that is late. They could have opened now. I mean, it's still nice and warm nowadays. There'll be plenty of visitors. They could open at least the 1st of May. Not sure why they opened so late. So, but I consider season ticket, as long as you have more than 2.7 visits per year, then season ticket pays off. So, yeah. And if you buy it before 17th of May now, you get 20% discount. Yeah, that's probably why it's also so good to buy it now. So, but I have to pung ut 2,200 NOK then in advance. Up front. Gonna tight on money today and nowadays, and I have my last payment to Elbilmek for e-golf. Also yesterday I had a meeting with Neo, so I'm becoming Neo Björn. But they sent me a contract I haven't read yet. I need to read it when I have time. I think I will start by borrowing a Neo EL6 on long term. Yeah, newbie, yeah, or noob. But and then I can always swap. This summer I want to take a road trip, and then I want EL8, maybe for 1.5 weeks. So not sure how long I want to burn money on that trip, but 1 week might be too fast. Maybe 1.5 weeks, but just in the northern Germany, a little bit around there, Denmark, Sweden, and then back, just to poke around. try to experience how it is to go on a family trip with battery swap. Maybe that's actually more convenient than charging. I'm not convinced, but we have to try. You don't know until you try it, huh? Okay, 256 watt-hour per kilometer. The hammering is about to stop for a little bit until we hit the Alvdal stretch. And then there's still some nice 90 zone, we can hammer it. So I'm returning this car on Friday, and then I'm swapping to a Citroën EC3. Oh, another poor man's car. We are on a roll now with the poor man's cars. I'm gonna see how bad. I mean, it's back to Stellantis cars again. Oh shit, man! Super clumsy software, no preheating, slow charging. What else is wrong with the Stellantis cars? We are getting close to Alvdal. We just exited from the motorway, and yeah, the rain. Wait, let me start from the other part. We are getting close to Alvdal. We just exited from the motorway, and so far the consumption is 254 watt-hour per kilometer. Holy macaroni! But I can explain why. We have quite strong wind today from the north, headwind, around 6, maybe even 7 meters per second, with even stronger wind gusts, over 10 meters per second wind gusts. And then it's cold outside now, 8 degrees Celsius. So yeah, that's why the consumption is somewhat high. And then the circle of range have shrunk now, but we are still within Ardal for now, right? Yeah. So we're saved by the bell. We didn't hammer on the motorway for too long until we have to go on these slow B roads. But also you see that I'm not slow poking, it's 80 zone. I'm going at 90, which is 87 GPS speed. So we try to simulate a more typical use case. See the car in front, the Toyota, actually, to my big surprise, is also going at the more or less the same speed as me. So we're not slow poking like an old man. We have HVAC on. We have the heater is on. You see here that auxiliary consumer is 500 to 900 watts on the PDC heater. So yeah, we're gonna see how it goes now, huh? All the way to Alvdal. That Toyota must be stolen because it's driving as fast as me. It's also hammering it. Car consumes roughly the same, huh? What? So you mean that the car consumes? It consumes very little oxygen compared to human, then? Or I mean, well, that's new knowledge. Okay, interesting. Right, do I have to hammer the Toyota? Okay, what is the car saying now? Alvdal at 7%. Oh, going deep, I see. Well, will I get errors on the EC3 also? The poor man's car, right? Wonder how much it costs. Now, why does it have a smaller battery than the 53 kilowatt hour in the bigger one or the more normal size? Wonder how good it is. Here, I mean, in the ID3, okay, you lose some convenience equipment, but what is important, which is efficiency and charging speed, has been included. Ardal bust. Well, I mean, we'll see. I mean, if we can't make it to Alvdal, then we have to bail out at the Hanestan. I'll probably just stop at Hanestan and get pee in the bush there. Just for the sake of the video. I could stop at Koppang, but I actually prefer stopping closer to the target. And I bet I don't need that long charging, maybe just 5-minute top up. But if they could have made Ardal slightly more attractive, Hanestan slightly more attractive by just changing the charger. I mean, how much power do you have there available there? If they have 2 times 22 kilowatt and 2 times 50, they probably have 150 kilowatt power there. They could slap down, just make it simple, 150 kilowatt Alpitronic then, with 2 plugs. You have, you can share with 2 power modules. So you have 2 times 75 kilowatt. That will work. And a single car, which is most likely to happen, will get 150 kilowatt, or 2 cars will get 75 each. And nobody charges at AC nowadays. Heat pump with a rapid gate, or well, it would then scavenge heat and reduce the starting temp, which seems to help. But they could have avoided rapid gate by just reprogramming the car's software a bit. Just cool more aggressively, or at least start only fans a bit earlier. Because what it will do initially is to first it runs on no fans. It wants to heat up the battery, and then it runs only fans. And then eventually, once we hit over 45 degrees Celsius, then it kicks in the AC. But that's almost a little bit too late, but also doesn't cool that aggressively when it needs to. Maybe, wild guess, maybe the cooling algorithm was tuned for 100 kilowatt charging. And then now that we're charging at 150 kilowatt, then suddenly it heats up more than before. I don't know. Is that the possibility? But it's weird because are we looking at a preset? BYD is very primitive. It runs a preset AC ramp up schedule where it starts at the lowest AC and then it slowly ramps up, and after around 5 minutes it has reached the full cooling, AC cooling, right? But that is so primitive because it doesn't take in account any other conditions on the way. For example, if the battery is soaking hot, then it doesn't ramp up faster, for example. But it shouldn't be that bad. I mean, it should be pre-programmed to listen, or to actually listen to different things, or check parameters, check state of charge, check battery temperature, or whatever other things that is needed, and then apply the needed cooling based on it, so that it will run. You can change, make whatever change to the battery, and it will just run optimally, right? You could even, I don't know, if the temperature outside changes, maybe even if the AC unit will fail, then it will just run only fans harder, to compensate, try to compensate for that. Man, this Toyota driver, Should have hammered him when I had the chance. Now he's slow poking in the 90 zone. When you're in doubt, hammer Toyota drivers. There's a high chance they'll be going slower than you. Well, the interesting part will be that once we are low on juice at the Hanestad, the voltage will be so low that we get maybe around 35 kilowatt, not 40 or 50 kilowatt. But I want to highlight the limitation on the old school 50 kilowatt charger. They have 125 amp limit on the plug. That's a CCS1 limitation. Yeah, this pack doesn't have that high voltage. It is at around 400 volts when we are fully charged. The 58, 59 pack is at 420, I think, at 100%. Okay, now we're hammering it. Reducing our chance further to reach Alvdal. I mean, I can always reach Ardal if I slow poke, but that's not the point here. The point is to hammer it, just like a fossil car or other cars with bigger batteries. Battery heated up to 22 to 25 degrees now. So no cold get there at least. Well, yeah, the old version, I remember I measured only 45 kilowatt hour net capacity. That is weird, man. They're freaking humongous 10 kilowatt hour buffer, really? I don't know what's wrong there. And I also remember in the old days, with the ID3 that came out, it was supposed to be 62 kilowatt hour net capacity. And I measured only around 55, yeah. Even though it's supposed to be 58 net capacity. ID3 have highest trim is GTX. What? I don't, on this trim. I mean on this battery. I don't know. Maybe GTX is the highest. Yeah. Van, no, not yet. I'm fully booked until July sometime actually. So I haven't figured out when to book that van yet. What was it? Pro Ace? Yeah, which Pro Ace? The City, the small, or the regular Pro Ace? Regular or the Max, the big? The Max will be kind of boring in the regard that you have to drive at maximum 90 kilometers per hour. So the driving time will already be over 11 hours. And then the charging time, in addition, well, I'll just split that over 2 days. And the challenge would take maybe 16 hours. I don't know, at least 14 hours. But I kind of want the Pro A City, which is the most popular for Toyota. I want to test if I can beat the Nissan, whatever it's called again, City Star, Porn Star. No wait, it was something Star. I don't remember. Town Star, yeah, thank you. The Town Star, but it was working great outside of town also. The Town Star had okay, I remember flattish charging curve and so on, but it's small battery. So here we have the 50 kilowatt hour PSA battery, or I mean Stellantis battery, and seems to be okay flat curve, like I've seen in the other Stellantis cars in the past. And also with the small car, van, you can pizza car, you can hammer it. You know, Polestar sounds so weird because it could be a pole dancer, a Polestar dancer. Yeah, I wonder if it gets misunderstood in some circles. What do you think to Polestar cars? Well, they are good in many ways, yeah, but depends which Polestar it is. I was not that impressed with the Polestar 4 software. It was annoying. Plus the weird design on the back window. Polestar 2 is okay, but then quite cramped for that size car. Like, I feel like I have more space in the ID3 here, right, versus the Polestar 2. That's how crazy it is. But fun to drive at least, Polestar. Polestar 5, huh? Is that out yet? What the heck is that? Yeah, this is the end of the Autobahn 47. Okay, it must drop now. The car says 2% at the arrival. Oh, we're gonna go deep. We're gonna go deep. I didn't bring protection today. Uh-oh. So, yeah, I guess I'll pull out maybe Tonestad if I cannot make it. Why you pull over or yuck? Huh? What? Is that even a question? What the heck is going on there? Okay, we need to hammer some slow Toyotas here. Oh, I see there is lots of hammering coming up soon. I see 2 mother truckers and some slow pokes. So we'll take the Goal route for once. I haven't been there in a while now, but there's one during winter. I was so fed up with that route. Oh, I see there's an RV I need to hammer, but I also have to watch out for Polizei. They could laser in times like this. You never know. why you pull over or yoke, huh? Well, I need to pull over because pull out because I don't want to go too deep. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? We have a nice day in Ardal today. I consider taking the route via, well, Haukeli, but it's just too far away because I live on the wrong side of the city. So if I want to go to Haukeli Sæter, it will be a too long trip there. What else? Gudbrandsdal nowadays, they are building shit over there, so it's on Baustelle, so I don't feel like taking that route too deep. I go, okay, to Ringebu, but I think if you go further up there, there are some closed roads. I haven't checked lately how they do it nowadays. I mean, that could be an alternative, but I think I cannot make it to Dombås in time. Well, can I? Lillehammer takes a little bit over an hour-ish, and then Dombås. Oh, yeah, maybe I can make it to Dombås. The Dombås could be an endpoint. Then back again. Yeah. Or I can take a loop somewhere. Some Alvdal route, but I mean I like Alvdal because there's some hammering, there's some nice scenery, not so much traffic, so on. Because Gudbrandsdal is just more traffic, and also nowadays more Baustelle there. And many non-overtaking stretch. For example, from Mjøsbrua to almost to Lillehammer, there's middle divider like here, no overtaking at all. No matter how slow the slow pokes in front of you are, you cannot hammer them. Alright, so that was it. Now we have to go slow. From here all the way now, 158 kilometers. Okay, we have 248. No, sorry, we have 24.8 kilowatt hour left, divided by 158 kilometers. I have a budget of 157 watt hour per kilometer. On the remaining. We have uphill and headwind. My gut feeling says that we cannot make it there. But I mean, the 90 consumption is only 144 on a nice day, but then no headwind, no uphill, and I'm actually cruising at 87 right now. The average speed typically on this stretch will be around 85 maybe. I have to go slower. Performing hammer-wise compared to the Pro. Well, I mean, we have less power here, and also the Pro actually weighs the same, so the Pro is faster, of course. 310 versus 170, but I mean, this is still surprisingly fast because it's, I mean, they boosted it up. It was around 150 horsepower before, or 100, yeah, I don't remember, but 170 horsepower is still legit. Yeah, sometimes I'm still surprised how quick it is for a poor man's car. Compared to Inster, Inster can just go home, man. But Inster is also cheaper. Well, it depends how you look at it. What about EV3? Well, I haven't tried EV3 with a small battery. Wonder if you have a weaker motor there. But EV3 was quick, but it's front wheel drive, then it's disqualified. There's no fun in front wheel drive. That shit should be banned. EU, they should ban front wheel drive cars, to make things right. Okay, maybe I should record some hammer videos soon. I'm gonna hammer these guys. I'm gonna get the cameras ready. We'll actually have to wait until the 80 zone. But I mean, Inster is just so weak. What was it again? 110 horsepower or something, and also quite low torque. I mean, it's a disgrace for an EV. And you know, people say, well, you don't need that strong acceleration as a family car. The kids are gonna throw up. Oh, you mean you only drive that car when you are with the kids? So what about when you drive alone? Huh? Thought about that before? I want to hammer if I drive alone. Oh, okay. One guy pull out. The mother trucker pull out. Oh shit! He had to take his resting time now. No, maybe he wants to pee. He opened the door. Okay, I'm gonna hammer the other guy. Wait, I have to get in position. Gee, let me see. It's coming up soon. The hammer stretch. Okay, let me get ready. There. Start recording. Wait. Hammering after the Alvdal. Okay, now let me see. I have to wait until we are in position. Well, I want to hammer that mother trucker, right? Or maybe the mother trucker goes faster than me. You know, that is a possibility. Because I'm only going at 87 kilometers per hour, and the mother trucker might go at 88. Well, in that case, I can just go slightly faster. No, okay, I think we are good now. Just want to wait until we are in position. We can see clearly. Cameras are rolling. Screen capture is rolling. Okay, so let's start here. You see, even though this is a poor man's car, the power has been upped from around 150 horsepower in the previous gen to 170 horsepower. Let's see if we can hammer it. Here. Ooh, go! Oh, we report, wait, the car scan is a bit lagged there. 125, 126 kilowatt, 133 kilowatt. Oh, yeah. So it seems that the battery power is higher than the spec. And then what goes to the wheel might be 170 horsepower, right? After losses. Yeah, so, I mean, this still feels like a quick car. You see, if I just floor it. Okay, it doesn't launch like a rocket, like a Tesla or a Neo, but it's still fast enough. And then you might be saying, might be saying, yeah, but it's a family car. You don't need that many horsepower, you know? Like Insta, no, Insta go home. Insta is so weak sauce in comparison. Insta is a disgrace for the EV family. It's so slow. It's slow like a diesel, a TDI without the T. But have you ever thought that you might drive the car alone after you deliver the kids? Then you want to hammer it. And that's what you can do here. Okay. Nice recording. There. Load the file. There. Okay. Save it. EcoBoost car have shorter transmission rate. It looks quite nice. What? I mean, well, do you also think that the BMW i3 looks nice? Because to me, though, Insta and i3, man, they're ugly. And actually, now that I've seen other nicer looking cars, also I think e-Niro is kind of ugly. But the EV6 still Kia looks a lot nicer. Yeah, even the back is starting to grow on me, the butt, you know. Yeah. Or the EV3, EV6. But ID3, man, looks nice. Looks like a more normal car, compact car. Has regular shapes that doesn't look weird. But I mean, it's just this is a quite subjective subject. So yeah. But also I've seen some of the other. I think it was what was it again Kia, no, Hyundai. Oh, which one was it? Ioniq 9, I think it was. Ioniq 9 is supposed to be some kind of premium luxury EV, but the styling though is a bit weird. I'd say that some of the other Chinese cars, there are many Chinese cars, they look remarkably nice, beautiful, like some Densa and some, I wonder if it was Onvo, whatever, you know, that sub-brand of NIO. And also, have you guys seen the ET9? Oh man, I want to try the ET9. I told NIO yesterday that I want to go to Shanghai. Can I borrow the ET9? I also asked them if the 150 kilowatt hour battery is available, and they say, unfortunately not. William Lee, he tested it. I'm like, okay, but can I test it, please? Maybe if someone, if we can just bring a Chinese guy with me. I mean, I'm already half Chinese, but you can bring a guy from NIO with me, and we can test it. Do a range, Tesla Bjorn style range test. He can even drive the car. I could just sit and observe, but I might just request that he drives at 90 kilometers per hour in GPS speed. Let me see how far we can drive. We can have a Sunday drive, whatever, you know. We want to test to see how, I mean, is that the future? 150 kilowatt hour battery? Do we need it? Okay, how are we cooking so far? Consumption has dropped. Oh, it drops quite fast. Oh, what is that? Polizei. Oh, unmarked Polizei. Let me see. A van. I'm trying to get the license plate, but he just flashed his damn LED bar at me. But it's a black van, Mercedes, probably a Vito or something. Yeah. So you be careful when you hammer black Mercedes vans. Man, I have the LED bar burning my iris now, in the retina. Oh shit. Is it permanent or is it gonna go away after a while? Man, didn't catch his license plate. Maybe you guys caught it on the live stream. Probably prefers Citroën is over, huh? Oh, okay, if you must choose, but why would you choose Stellantis? No, I would actually, if someone put a gun on my head and said, hey, choose between Stellantis platform and the Korean cars, I'll take the ugly Inster, because I'll do anything to avoid the Stellantis. The software is just so bad. You know, I didn't notice this many years ago when I tested what was it again, Peugeot E28. Everyone was crazy about the E28, right? Yeah, but ever since then, I realized that all the other manufacturers, like Volkswagen even, or the Chinese brands, and Tesla, but Tesla's been dominating ever since start, but they just have better software. And then oh, there's another, what is that? I mean, UF93111. Yeah, I got that one. UF93111. Can you guys check it up? What do you find on it? What car is it? Was it? It was a Vito, right? Mercedes Vito. I think they used those two black ones. What the heck are they doing here? Polizei, huh? Are they working undercover, just like my robot? Yeah, exactly. Do we need 150 kilowatt hour battery? Okay, NIO, just make the car more efficient. How about that? Because the Neos I tested, at least most of them, they are not that efficient. I don't have anything against the Chinese cars. You know, I found actually Xpeng to be efficient. G6 for its size is actually fairly efficient. It's not thirsty, but some of the Neos were really thirsty in the past I tested. But also BYD, yeah, C-Line was thirsty, but then in the Thunder Drive it was also quite efficient. But then we had downhill and stuff. Wait, is that also not Polizei? But what else was it? Yeah, the BYD Seal also quite thirsty when I tested it. So just make the car more efficient, and you don't need to put in a big ass and expensive and heavy battery. Or how about they use that technology? Instead of making that 150 kilowatt hour battery, they could have made a much smaller, a more compact and lighter 80 kilowatt hour battery, right? And just focus on making the car more efficient instead. How about removing that LiDAR hump? I bet that steals a couple of watt hour per kilometer. Fail off? No, okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, in the beginning, I didn't talk too much shit about Stellantis, did I? No, I didn't. But then over time, I saw that other brands like VAG have gotten better, Polestar gotten better, Tesla has gotten better, BMW has gotten better. Everyone just improved in software and hardware and preheating and so on. The Korean cars have gotten better, but the Stellantis seems like they've gotten worse. Or you guys need to experience the software in Stellantis. It is so clumsy, weird, not logical, not intuitive, messy. Trying to find how to change things, change settings, or no preheating, so it could cold gate during winter. What else? Some of those Stellantis cars, they don't even show percent state of charge in the display or in the instrument cluster like it should be mandatory. It should be enforced by EU. You must show battery percentage in instrument cluster, or you cannot sell the car in EU. Yeah, that should be a requirement. If I was king of EU, well, is it a kingdom or what is it? But if I was the EU president, I would enforce a couple of things. Yeah. To make life in EU better. I will ban burning of wood. No, okay, maybe not. I'll be the next Trump, then people are gonna hate me. Okay, we'll keep burning wood. Okay, I'll keep that, but might make some other radical changes. Battery preheating must be standard in every EV sold, otherwise you cannot sell that in Europe. Sorry, back. Garage near loan car. Was happy to drive back my all the classic. Okay, it was that bad. Yeah, exactly. It was slow. You know that's something though. The classic Soul and Ioniqs, they had snappy infotainment. When you click, it instantly reacted, because it was probably not too much bloated, right? But nowadays, Ioniq 5, if you click on it, or EV6, there is this 0.5 second lag on things. What the heck? It's like they made the graphics nicer and whatever, but they didn't update the CPU. It's still running on 286 CPU with 640K RAM, right? That ought to be enough. No, I think, especially in a car, you want snappy infotainment. You don't want to click on something and then it lags. Why? Because you might you click on something and you expect it to react instantly, but it doesn't. Then you click again, but then you double click and then you might double toggle on something like on off, and you wanted to turn it on, right? Infotainment in a car must be fast. Yeah, if I was a EU king, a president, I would say infotainment in the car must react within 0.2 seconds. Anything slower than that is not allowed to sell in EU or Europe, yeah. And then every bing bong chime stuff, at least most of it, should be able to turn off, switch completely off. And then, okay, you know what? If I was a EU president, the first thing I would do is remove that annoying overspeed alarm shit. Nobody likes it. Yeah, even the car industry doesn't like it. I bet even the EU people who made that rule doesn't like it, and they turn it off. Android Auto. Okay. I don't use Android Auto because I want to experience the software in the car, because I mean some people might use the car software, right, for various things. Plus that with the car software you can preheat, for example, which you can't do via Android Auto. Okay, we're down to 39%. We're done 134 kilometers. Consumption is 228 watt-hour per kilometer. We are still hammering. The battery temperature, well, to my big surprise, is quite gappy. 19.6 to 24.2 degrees. Really? Okay. Well, as long as we don't hit 30 degrees, then we are fine, right? Wife drives a Corsa E and is happy with it. No airs or anything, but it's only for commute. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, it's nice. If you only drive it like that, then Corsa E is not that big. I remember I sat in the back of a Corsa E in Lahti. That was Pawel's company car. Man, it was cramped in there, along with two other big guys in the back, with me in the middle. So Corsa E would be better to sit in the back seat of ID3, actually. ID3 is remarkably spacious for such a small, compact car. I noticed it. You know, those are the things I noticed because I put car seat in here, and I noticed that it's not totally cramped here like the EV3 or the Insta is different. You can cheat by sliding the back seat, but then you have tiny trunk. Yeah. So you know, my Insta, okay, you can say, well, you need the space. I mean, you can slide the back seat and you get more space in the back seat, or you get more space in the trunk. What if you need both trunk space and back seat space, which is the case when we have a child seat and a stroller with us, right? So, yeah, you see? Stellantis, man, versus the Wagen. German cars, you know, they are the best. Let me just take it. Oh, okay. The question is, what do you want to eat at Alvdal? We'll be there in about 128, 1.5 hours from now. Well, there's a slow Toyota there. Oh, I'm gonna hammer it before it's too late. But I have to watch out. This is a laser stretch. I've seen laser before, actually, at this parking lot to the left coming up soon. So you don't want to go too schnell until you pass that stretch. Plot. I forgot. I mean, you know, it should ring some bells, alarms. If an EV is called E something, right? You guys heard about the Mitsubishi, new Mitsubishi they're gonna come out now. It has EV written on the side. Why do you need to write EV on the side? You know? I mean, fossil cars, do they write fossil on the side, on the back of the car? No. But it's like, oh, look at me, I finally have an EV from Mitsubishi. Yeah, okay. Good for you. But any car that has E something, you know, E208 or Mach E. Well, actually, Mach E is a pure EV platform, but there is no need to have an E in there. The car manufacturers tend to put I in front of everything or behind. I3, I5, ID3, ID4, ID5, I-Pace. Well, fun fact, the Jaguar E-Pace is fossil and the Jaguar I-Pace is electric. Okay, hammer time. Wait, let me see. Ready? Oh! Oh! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh. There's a woman driving that Toyota. Oh, but they did. And also, EV in a fossil platform is already bad because you are then restrained by the limitation of the fossil. Wait, shit, do we have Baustelle here towards Koppang again? No, that was probably just asphalt work they've done there today, right? Because EVs, they have lots of advantages, tiny motors and so on. Hey, do you guys hear about the Koenigsegg? They develop an axial flux electric motor that weighs only, I think it was 35 kilograms, but it produces 800 horsepower. But damn! Why don't they go electric again? They are just stuck in the fossil loop. Man, do we need 800 horsepower? Probably not, but they can make a smaller version of that maybe that weighs only 10 kilograms. How about that? 100, 150 or 200 horsepower version. How about that? That'd be great. Yeah. But they're probably going to use that 800 horsepower electric motor, electric engine in some high performance hybrid just to beat Bugatti again. Yeah. Guys, what do you guys think about the Mercedes CLA, right? The upcoming Mercedes that has no 800 volt, 400 to 800 volt converter. It can only charge on 800 volt. I saw that Tesla, yeah, there's a Tesla like a Tesla fanboy group I'm a member of. He posted it and like, lol, you know, Mercedes, trying to talk down on Mercedes. I mean, me as Tesla Bjorn and Neo Bjorn and Ionic Bjorn, I think they're trying to make it look bad because also some I wonder if it was Elbil 24. They were like, oh, you know, there are lots of chargers they cannot charge on, and they look on Nubil and they found out that there are plenty of 400 volt chargers out there. But seriously, nowadays, man, every charger I stop at 1,000 kilometer challenge or Thunder Drive or whatever, they are 800 volt, except for Tesla, of course. But eventually many Tesla sites, they are already 800 volt ready. So in a couple of years, once they feel like it's ready, they can just flick a switch and then suddenly a whole bunch of chargers are 800 volt. Right? Especially V4 sites, they are already, it's like HD ready. Yeah. Back in the days when you had the 720p HD ready. Wait, well, it's for money saving. I think it's actually brilliant because think about this. It has so good range already, the car. And it will only show you, it will show you Ionity or whatever, Alpitronics, right? Alpitronics supports it, 800 volt. You know, Delta chargers support 800 volt. But yeah, I think it's not the problem. You know, maybe I should make how about I make a podcast about it? Because I have my opinions about that thing. Wait, I have to get the story right. It was called CLA, right? What is the name of that thing again? I haven't done my homework, but this is perfect location for a nice scenery and some 4K podcast. Let me get ready. I have to reset some stuff here. It's an interesting topic. resolution. Okay, 4K. Just need to get the name right so I don't fuck up and then look like a freaking noob, because that's what I am. Initial time code reset. Okay, we have 4K ready. Wait, let me switch the batteries. But we're still gonna drive for a while now. CLA with EQ technology. Yeah, okay, thank you. Because I have some valid points, but of course we want to have a healthy discussion here about technology and so on. Yo, what's up? We are now sitting in an ID3 Pure business. This is the 55 kilowatt hour. It's a 2025 model. It's the poor man's car. It is stripped down for equipment. It costs only 320k NOK. But okay, that's not too relevant. Well, actually, or is it? Cost cutting is the topic today, right? Today I want to talk about the new upcoming Mercedes CLA with the EQ technology. Recently, it was known that it cannot charge on 800 volt chargers. So let me explain here the technical parts behind it. The new finally the Mercedes is jumping on the 800 volt bandwagon, the hyped up 800 volt stuff. But they have 800 volt technology, but they don't make any backward compatible solution for charging on 400 volt chargers. So the battery, how does it work? Well, the battery pack is at probably about 700 to 800 volt, and if you plug it into 400 volt chargers, like some old ABB chargers or Tesla, then you can not charge there, but there are 800 volt cars out there. I believe that Taycan was the first 800 volt car out. And many people, for the longest time, they believe that Taycan split the battery pack in half and they charge the both halves together. Well, that is actually not true. Not only did I get confirmation from Recharge or Fortum Charge and Drive back then, because Porsche, they were in contact with CPOs. Yeah, they told that that it's actually a DC-DC converter in there, a quite powerful one to convert 400 volts from the charger into 800 volts, but then there are losses involved. Not only that, but you need this hardware that takes up space and costs money and adds extra weight. And initially in the configurator of the Porsche, you could choose whether you want to have the standard 50 kilowatt, or you can get 150 kilowatt charging capability. And I was once wondering, I mean, an onboard charger is typically around 11 kilowatt, and then Tesla had 22, back in the days. Well, many cars nowadays, they still have 22 kilowatt onboard charger, but that's from converting AC current 230 or 400 volt AC into DC, and goes in the battery, and it may be a size of a pizza, or a thick pizza, or maybe an American pan pizza or double pizza, right? Roughly there. And then how big is the 50 or the 150 kilowatt converter? I haven't seen that thing. Maybe I need to ask Valdemar if he gets the Taycan one day. Can we poke at it and see how big the 150 kilowatt converter is? But maybe when you convert DC for 400 to 800 volts, the voltage difference is not that much. And then, yeah. Oh yeah, another thing. I believe that Taycan is somewhat primitive in the way that it has just a double, a 2x step up. So it will take whatever it gets from or whatever request rather, from the charger, and then it steps it up, doubles it. So it doesn't have any variable conversion there. And maybe that's the way to save space and weight and whatever, right? But that component costs money. Eventually, Porsche, they made it standard, so you get the 150 kilowatt regardless, maybe because most people went for it anyway. But at least if you don't know what it is, you could end up going to some 400 volt charger and only get 50 kilowatt on your Taycan, right? But okay, so that's the background for it. Oh yeah, another thing, by the way, why are you so sure about that it doesn't split the battery pack? Yes, I'm sure, because you can look at in some of my videos when you charge it and you look at the car scanner, look at the data, the canvas data, you see that the battery voltage is at 750 something. If it splits it, it's going to be half, because the new platform for Porsche and Audi, for example in Q6 and A6 and the Macan, then they actually split the battery pack in half. I'm not sure what else they need though for the hardware to do it, but there you will see that if you go to a supercharger, which is 400 volt for now, suddenly the battery packs, as soon as you start charging, it goes to half only. So it's actually brilliant the way it does it. It will then evenly charge both packs half. You just have to make sure that they charge exactly the same, right? If there are some differences there, then I'm not sure. Then there will be imbalance in the battery pack. Also, Lucid has 800 volt architecture. They have this Wonderbox that can charge on 400 volt. Lucid is actually operating on 900 volt. Yeah, 800 volt is so 1999. So they also have the Wonderbox, but from what I remember, the Wonderbox supports only, I think it was only 50 kilowatt on 400 volt. That is quite low. Oh, I need to hammer this guy, man. Oh yeah. Oh, this is so schnell. Yeah, it's 170 horsepower. Yeah, I don't remember if it was 80 or 50 kilowatt on the Wonderbox. But I mean, it's probably good enough, right? Because how often do you want to charge on 50 kilowatt on the 400 volt chargers? And then the last solution is the eGMP platform from the Korean manufacturers, Kia and Hyundai. They actually do something smart. They use the rear drivetrain. The rear motor has an inverter that can transform I'm not sure, a voltage regulator. So there it is smarter in that sense that it already uses existing hardware, just like Tesla. You know, the reason why Tesla is so awesome and cost effective is because they use existing hardware to do things. Like they use the motors to go into inefficiency mode to generate heat, and then they scavenge the heat to heat up the battery, right? So they don't need a dedicated battery heater. Like this car actually, this ID3 has a PTC heater for the battery. Like you see that in the when you preheat the PTC heater goes up by 4 kilowatt, for example. But okay, so back to the Koreans, they actually do something smart because they have that conversion, but they also have a variable converter, so that I've seen this in Kempower, highly advanced chargers. You can see lots of data when you're charging. Back then Kempower were 400 volt, but I think nowadays most of the Kempower have been converted to 800 volt, at least in Norway. Norway was quite early getting Kempower, but the newer Kempowers they roll out, they support 800 volt. What they do is that they connect each power module. A power module is 25 kilowatt. They connect 2 and 2 in series to get 50 kilowatt Kempower on the Ioniq 5 or EV6. I don't remember, but they need a certain current, right? And then they request 450 volt from the charger always, regardless of what the battery voltage is. And then they will do a variable conversion to get whatever battery pack voltage. And by doing that, if there is some current limitation on the charger, which might be the case, you know, if it's limited to only, for example, 300 amps, you can take 300 amp multiply by 450 volt, and you get 100 and don't remember how much is this, 120 kilowatt rough, right? So that EV6 or Ioniq 5 can usually take way more than that, but at least you get 120-ish kilowatt, right? But then back to the Taycan, because the Taycan has a fixed 2x multiplier. If you go for the smaller battery, especially the 79 kilowatt hour Taycan, the poor man's Taycan, it has lower voltage than the 93 kilowatt hour. This is the previous generation, by the way. The newer generation is bigger, I believe. But then the voltage is low. Don't remember, maybe around 600 or 700 volts, right? And then half of that is only 300 volts. So when the Taycan plugs in at the same Kempower charger, it will, at low state of charge, it will request only 300 volt. And if the chem power only that plug can only supply 300 amp, which has been the case on many early sites in Norway, it only gets 90 kilowatt, even though the Taycan could take 250 or 60, 70 kilowatt. So the conversion technology in the eGMP platform is way smarter. Korean tech beats German tech. Yeah. What I haven't tested, by the way, is how high can that conversion go, because how powerful is that rear wheel drive unit in the eGMP platform? Can it convert 250 kilowatts? As far as I've tested, it seems like around 120 kilowatt is the highest you get in the eGMP. So I was hoping to see 250 kilowatt conversion, or at least, yeah. But also another thing is that when you do the conversion, there are losses. Even Porsche states it somewhere that there are some losses when you convert. Maybe it was quite high, actually, I've seen. It seems like around 20% loss. Really? Not sure about that, but let's say at least 10% loss then. That's quite common in onboard chargers and so on. And that means that whatever you see on the charger, on the 400 volt charger that you're getting, what goes into the battery is at least 10% less than that, because the rest goes into heat to conversion loss. Conversion loss is usually heat. But at least those cars I mentioned, they can. These are 800 volt cars that can charge on 400 volt. But then the upcoming Mercedes CLA cannot charge on it on 400 volt. And is that a big problem? Well, according to some Tesla fanboys I've seen in some groups, it seems like it's a big lol. You see, they're taking shortcuts and stuff. And also, I think Elbil I don't remember. It was Elbil 24. Yeah, I think they wrote something about the CLA that it has some shortcomings, and they look at Nobil, which is a database for chargers in Norway. They look at the number of 400 volt chargers versus 800 volt, and they say that there's lots of chargers that the new CLA cannot charge at. And I'm saying, okay, well, yes, numbers are one thing, but me as Tesla Björn even, or as Neo Björn, or Ionic Björn, or Kia Björn, I have other opinions about that. I actually think it's smart from Mercedes to do that, and they were not, I was not paid anything. They didn't approach me and say, "Hey Björn, can you make a video about this?" No. But my personal opinion is that it's smart. It's cost cutting, and it's good enough. But it depends. It depends which country you're living in. Supposedly, if you really live in some other not so developed countries in Europe, they still have lots of 50 kilowatt chargers. Those old school ABB and FSEC chargers, they are 50 kilowatt. I'm not sure about others, but I have driven a lot. I do 1,000 kilometer challenge. Right now I'm actually on a typical road trip where I hammer it up to Alvdal. I take my son to drive. I've been around all over the place, right? Well, actually not that much all over the place nowadays because of two small kids, but whenever I stop and charge nowadays on sites, they are like, most of them are 800 volt. Okay, let me explain. Ionity, of course, 800 volt, 350 kilowatt, and even the 200 kilowatt chargers that they start using nowadays, Alpitronics, they're 800 volt. Alpitronic chargers, you know what they look like, right? They're 800 volt. I don't know about the new Alpitronic. There are some 50 kilowatt Alpitronic, quite slim, maybe suitable for shopping malls and stuff. I'm not sure if they are 800 volt. I have to check. But yeah, the Delta chargers, quite common before, used by many CPOs also across Europe, but Mer use them a lot, Delta chargers. You can choose whether you want 800 or 400 volt architecture. The 800 volt, okay, yeah, someone in the live stream said that the HYC50, it's called, thank you very much, Max Knudsen. Yeah, the 50 kilowatt Alpitronic, they are 800 volts. They're great. Okay, back to Delta chargers. Delta chargers are quite common. At least I've checked. You can check on the info plate also. that they are 800 volt, the one that Mer uses. In the beginning, I thought that they cheaped out and they went for the 400 volt architecture, but fortunately they went for 800 volt. But they could be 400 volt 400 volt delta chargers out there. Yeah, true. Well, I need to hammer this. Go schnell! Leroy Jenkins. Oh, okay. But yeah. So based on what I've seen, I can assume that most Alpitronics, if not all of them, are 800 volt. Supercharger, okay, they are 400 volt for now, but you know that they are 800 volt ready. At least the V3 and the wait, V4 are 800 volt ready, but I'm not sure about the V3. Yeah, but I mean everything is upgradable, you know, for Tesla. Not sure how they have done the groundwork beforehand, but for example, I was recently at Mellbystrand when I did the 1,000 kilometer challenge with this car. I was at Mellbystrand in Sweden, and previously that site had V2 supercharger, but now I don't know if they had to dig up the whole thing there, whatever they had to do, but they upgraded from V2 150 kilowatt charger to V4. And then all the chargers now, they have sticker on that this is supported by, funded by the EU. Yeah. So everything is possible to upgrade, right, for Tesla. And at least for Tesla's case, I think they are quite quick to upgrade if it needed. Previously, they had only the CC. No, they had the Type 2 that was only Tesla, right? And then eventually they replaced all the cables, so it had a Type 2 and a CCS plug, so that other cars could also charge on them, and the newer Teslas, like Model 3, right? So I believe that Tesla, if they need to, if they want to, they can upgrade them to 800 volt, or at least more significant sites, they can upgrade them quite fast. But for now, yes, lots of Tesla chargers are 400 volt, so the CLA will not be able to charge there at all. Won't get any juice. No juice for you. Come back 1 year. And then you have the old school ABB FSEC tritium chargers. Yes, but what I've seen in Norway is that, you know, whatever you see in Norway is almost like looking into the future of what could happen in your country, right? Because we've seen this before. Whatever happened in Norway when it comes to electromobility also happened in other countries in a couple of years, or many years. In Norway, many sites, especially the busiest site around cities or along big highways, they used to be 50 kilowatt chargers, the 400 volt, and also they had some AC charging there. But in Norway, they tore down most of AC because nobody uses them; they're too slow. Zoe owners, they left the chat, but they replaced them with either an Alpitronic with some power sharing, or even power sharing with Kempower. So there was actually one place. Maybe I should show you guys. I mean, it is on private ground, but it was a coincidence. I picked up some stuff I ordered online, and then there's a place in Alnabru, not far away from IKEA, where Circle K, they have this graveyard of old tritium chargers. You know those tritium chargers, those 50 kilowatt, highly unreliable tritium chargers that make this sound when you charge them. They dumped lots of chargers there. Yeah, so they removed them and they replaced them with Circle K nowadays, they're rolling out Alpitronic chargers mostly. I think eventually they will also go into the Kempower route. It seems like nowadays almost everyone goes to Kempower because they found out that that's the best shit. Yes, I know. But what else do we have out there? Those are the most common. Yeah, there are some Siemens chargers or some Ragde or whatever. Remember, that's the CPO. But there are also some other hardware manufacturers. But from what I've seen, nowadays, most EV charging hardware is already 800, 900 volt ready. Or I mean, they are 800 volt capable. And by the way, what does it mean for this car that is 400 volt? It doesn't matter, because those 900 volt to 800 volt chargers, they can also supply 400 volt to these low voltage cars, or whatever you call them. But again, back to my my experience when I drive around Norway and Sweden. At least I'm not able to drive not much across Europe nowadays. But my impression in Norway is that they have removed many of the old chargers. Actually, on this route we are driving right now, there are plenty of these 50 kilowatt chargers left. But fun fact, a little bit of history here. Enova is, I'm not sure what it's called, but it's part of the government. It's they support some stuff. It's actually funded by the oil fund, but okay, whatever. But Enova, they had a tender many years ago. I think it was at least 15 years ago, about this stretch we're driving right now. They wanted a charging corridor from Oslo to Trondheim via Østerdalen. This is Østerdalen. And the requirement was that the CPO, back then it was Fortum Charge and Drive, or whatever CPO who wanted to operate, they needed to have at least 2 times 50 kilowatt DC and 2 times 22 kilowatt AC at that site. And it had to be spaced no more than 50 kilometers between the chargers. You know, okay, I mean, fine, that was the requirement back then, because they wanted to support AC for Zoes, I guess, and some, I don't know, Teslas, but Tesla, they have superchargers, they don't give a shit about AC. And also not on those sites where there's nothing to do there. If it's a hotel, or yeah, then it makes sense to plug in AC. But these sites that we actually have passed, many of them, there's nothing to do there. It's just some chargers, and yeah. But you know, that requirement is quite old. Nowadays, with the modern EVs that has at least, I'm trying to think here. Nowadays, I'm testing Pullman. Yeah, this car is perfect. Perfect example. The ID3 here, it's the poor man's car. Some of the cheapest cars you can get out there, and it has 55 kilowatt hour battery. And I tested it. When you drive on these roads, you can drive 300 kilometers, at least 300, no more like 350 kilometers, right? You don't need 50 kilometers of range. You're not going to stop every 50 kilometers. So modern EVs nowadays, even the one with the smallest battery, they can easily, even during winter, jump at least 150 kilometers between each charge, right? And this is the poor man's car. Why am I saying this? Because the Mercedes CLA has 800 volt. I mean, it has 800 kilometers of range. It can easily go directly from Oslo to Trondheim, or it could, if you want to go from Oslo to Copenhagen, it probably just need one charging stop at Varberg, and then it goes to Copenhagen, right? So with the CLA, you already have so good range that you can skip the supercharger. You can skip. You probably want to skip it anyway, because I explained that even if it had some kind of conversion, it can usually not take the full 250 kilowatt or 150 kilowatt from the supercharger anyway. So why would you bother wasting your time there if they're pumping in 300 kilowatt from Ionity or Alpitronic, right? So in a way, it's like the Tesla owners or some other people, they'll be like, lol, you cannot charge in 400 volt. But the future Mercedes CLA owners, they'll be like, I don't give a shit. I'm not going to charge on those 400 volt charger. Why would they waste time on charging on 50 kilowatts somewhere, right? Okay, if it's for convenience, yes. But I believe that in the future, more and more chargers will be 800 volts, so there's not the problem. And if there's a place you want to stop at and there is a supercharger or a 50 kilowatt ABB there, you could charge there. Yeah, but instead what you could do is just top up, do some planning and top up at Ionity maybe half an hour before there or something. There's got to be some 800 volt charger on that route or near proximity that you could have charged on instead. And because it charges so fast and you have so good range, then you don't really need to charge on those 50 kilowatt chargers. That is my claim. And I think it's pretty smart. You know, when I actually tested, speaking of Mercedes, when I tested an EQC many years ago, I think it was more like 5 years ago, I was kind of like caught by surprise because it had only USB-C charging ports. Back then, I was a noob, you know, because I was not MKBHD. I was like, huh, what the heck is this? USB-C? Huh? Huh? And then fortunately, they actually had some USB-C to USB-A adapters for me. And even today, I still use them. I actually used it in the, I have a USB stick. You know, when I have the music test, the USB stick is on the USB-A, you know, drive. And then I use the USB-A to USB-C adapter, because many cars nowadays, like even in this poor man's car, we have USB-C, but sometimes I'm sitting in some Chinese car typically, or other cars, they still use USB-A. I think the Stellantis car still USB-A. But my point is that Mercedes back then, they only provided with USB-C, because that's the future. It's better, it's faster. You don't need to flick it, you know. Fun fact with USB-A, the first time you try to plug it in, that's the wrong direction. Then you flip it 180 degrees, try to push it again, still wrong. And then when you flip it back again, the third try, then it works. So with USB-A, you need at least 3 tries before you can plug it in. 3 or 5 or 6 tries before you can plug it in. But USB-C is faster, and it's you can flip it. So why did they, you know, so Mercedes, they didn't even bother with USB-A ports. And the same thing, I believe, is with the CLA, is that they didn't bother with extra cost and complexity or whatever with that. But I wonder if they could still have split the battery pack, like the Q6, right, or Audi or Porsche. But maybe that involves some kind of cost in hardware, or I'm not sure. Or at least they need to put the money down on R&D just to make that shit happen, right? Because think about this, the first Taycan couldn't do it, but then Macan can do it. So maybe they figured out, okay, fuck that shit. We're not gonna waste time and money on it. 800 volt is the future. Good enough coverage, go for it. So I actually agree with Mercedes that it's a smart choice. No need to go backward compatible. It's good enough. Yeah. So that's my whole claim, and with a bit of a technical explanation behind everything. But I mean, okay, what did I mean about the whole hype? Yeah, I still think that the 400 volt, 800 volt is still a hype, because it's not hype by the media. It's not, okay, kind of hype-ish sometimes by car manufacturer, but it's mostly hype by people, noobs, right? They say, oh, 800 volt is so much better. But we've seen it so many times now, over and over again, when we test 800 volt cars in efficiency, in practical use, in 1,000 kilometer challenge, in charging tests, and so on, that for now, 800 volt and 400 volt cars, they don't have that much practical differences. 800 volt cars, they can typically hit higher charging speeds, like over 300 kilowatt. That is usually not possible with 400 volt cars. They can usually hit around 250 as the highest. And then, but yeah, so of course 350 kilowatt is faster than 250 kilowatt, right? Yes, it is, but sorry, talking too long. The problem is the limitation of the battery. And as long as the battery is not humongous, then, or there's no leap in technology, then there is no big advantage of getting 800 volt for now. But I can understand that they want to make 800 volt architecture ready sorry, for the future, right? So, but for now, the 800 volt does not have any advantage actually at all, in my opinion, over 400 volt. Okay, it charges slightly faster, but that's also another thing. Yes, it charges faster. Björn, how can you argue that, okay, an Ioniq 5 or Seeker 7X charges so fast? It charges way faster than your favorite Tesla, you know? Yeah, okay, true. But like I said, practical use of a car, as long as you have home charging, you don't care how fast it charges on DC, and you have already 500 kilometers of range. But once you're on a road trip, you better be alone. If you're on a road trip with your wife and your kids, dog, you cannot stop for 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Your charging stop after driving for around 2-3 hours will be at least half an hour. Within half an hour, a 400 and 800 volt car, they can charge roughly to the same state of charge. End of discussion. Okay, anyway, what do you guys think? CLA Mercedes. Huh? Is it a mistake, or is it because in a way, think about this: the Mercedes owners, or put it like this, the Porsche Taycan owners, they actually have to pay for maybe, or not sure, if they have to pay for that extra hardware. And in the future, all the Taycan owners, they are lumping around with extra hardware that they paid for and that weighs extra and that actually eats up space, but they don't need it. They will never ever need to use that 400 to 800 volt conversion in the future. They might not even need it today nowadays if they're only charging on 800 volt. But okay, I can see the trend, because even just a few years ago during COVID time, there were still lots of I could see Ioniq 5s and Taycans charging on those 400 volt ABB chargers. But like I said, what you see in Norway is the future in your country. So just in a couple of years, many CPOs in Norway, like Recharge and Circle K at least, they removed the old chargers, the 50 kilowatt, and replaced them with 800 volt chargers, right? And did they just do this because of charity? No, because it's about profit. Why? Because an old 50 kilowatt site is not profitable or not attractive for EV owners to charge at. They're not stupid. They know how slow it goes over there. They're going to go to some other Chem Power site instead, right? So they must adapt and replace or update that site. Otherwise, they're going to lose money. And I also talked to Circle K here the other day. It was kind of funny because they said, "Hey Björn, we watch your video. We love your videos, but how do we do this? Because the guys who charge at the guys who charge at the Circle K chargers, they're not charging that fast, and they only have 2 plugs, right? They use the Albitronic with 2 plugs, 400 kilowatt chargers, yeah, 2 plugs, and then there's an e-Golf and an i3 charging there, getting 50 kilowatt to 40 kilowatt each, right? And then Circle K, they invest money on that hardware. They invest money on the substation and the cabling, and it can provide lots of power. But then you have still old cars charging there. In order for them to maximize profit, they technically need, or basically what they need to do is they need people to charge there throughout the whole day, at night also. Well, for them, ideally, they want people to queue up and charge, but that's bad experience for the user, and then they don't want to do it. And then they go somewhere else. So, but to the point where there is no queuing, but everyone gets the maximum speed they're supposed to get, then that maximizes the profit of the CPOs. And by keeping those 50 kilowatt chargers around, then you will lose profit compared to nowadays. Because also think about this, if an old site, yeah, by the way, here, we are driving right past it. This is the prime example. Shell Koppang, it's called, but it's actually not Koppang, but okay, whatever. Here, this used to be Fortum Charge and Drive, recharge site with only 250 kilowatt charger. Look over there to the right. We have plenty of Chem Power. I think they had to improve. Yeah, they probably have to boost up the substation a bit. Well, I'm not sure if that's the same substation, but with some smart power distribution, they could then get more profit. And not only that, but people will actually stop there rather than trying to skip it and go straight to Ardal. We are 75 kilometers away from Ardal. But this site here is now good enough for modern EVs to stop at, because it can provide 200, I'm not sure if it's 400 kilowatt over there, right? So then people who doesn't want to, or want to stop for food, they can stop over there now. But previously, before they upgraded it, many people, they might skip it and then they drive 75 extra kilometers to Alvdal instead, where they have Ionity and supercharger, right? So yeah, I'm just explaining to you guys how it works in practical use. Theory is one thing. Yes, we still have many 50 kilowatt 400 volt chargers out there, but they're probably being skipped. If I went to Recharge, and not sure if Circle K still has them. If I ask them, not sure if they want to answer. Those 50 kilowatt chargers, how many sessions do you guys have? How many kilowatt hours do you guys have there versus the the big sites and the new sites, they probably say not that much at all. Yeah. So, and also, yeah, another thing I forgot to mention is that, okay, even if you had those old sites, and even if they could sell some sessions, right, charging sessions, you can imagine that you're not making that much money, because you want to maximize the money flow and the kilowatt hour. You sell by the kilowatt hour. So the owners, they only get 50 kilowatt or 45 kilowatt rather than 150 kilowatt. So the number of kilowatt hour you can get in one day is going to be less. Not only that, there is another problem with those 50 kilowatt chargers. I touch into a lot of technical stuff here, but I think it would be interesting for you guys. They have the CCS1 plug or the Chadamo plug, but the CCS1 plug is limited to 125 amp, and the charger can deliver 50 kilowatt. The power modules are 50 kilowatt as long as they're not kaput, some of them. But the voltages, yeah, for example, this car here, this ID3, it's 400 volt, yes, but 400 volt could range from as low as 300. I think I've seen even 250 volt. Was that Inster? Something? Poor man's car, yeah. But if you connect, let's say a car with low state of charge with 300 volt in the battery, it would be limited by the 125 amp. And then you don't get 50 kilowatt. You get you get 37.5 kilowatt only. And yeah, you see? So those 50 kilowatt chargers, they are so outdated. They're so technically bad in many ways that it would be even better to replace them with a new hypercharger, 50 kilowatt hypercharger, right? If it doesn't cost too much. Then you can sell the old charger on Finn, maybe sell it to the Eastern Europe. I'm just kidding. Sell it to Ukraine. I'm just kidding. Okay. No need to unsubscribe me. Okay, please stay with me. So, yeah. But at least now you guys know how it goes. Now I see that I'm going to run out of juice. I cannot make it to Alvdal. Shit. Uh-oh. Can I make it to Hanestan then? Okay. I need to go back to filming the regular road trip video now. But, yeah. So, anyway, CLA. They skipped the 400 volt. Great idea, in my opinion. Tesla Bjorn approved, yes. What do you guys think, huh? Anyway, that's going to be it for now. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, thank you for watching, and talk to you later. We can absolutely not make it to... I have to check Hanestad here. Because we are down to 9.1 kilowatt hour. Oh, okay. The Hanestad is within reach for now. Yes, it's within the outline. Let me see. 8% at Hanestad. Okay, that's fine. Okay, we're good. I was just panicking a bit here. Okay, sorry guys, I didn't have too much time to read the chat, because I tend to get distracted if I read the chat during the 4K podcast. Navigation didn't. I didn't actually calculate wind. Probably didn't calculate that I was going to hammer it. Okay, battery. Oh, battery is cold now. 18 to 23 degrees. But we don't need full power, whatever. We just passed Koppang. We're down to 17%. We cannot make it to the range outline, whatever, doesn't reach Ardal. We're now trying to go for an old school 50 kilowatt charger at Hanestad. We're 27 kilometers away, and you can see here that the car estimates now 8% at arrival. Okay, so that's fine. But the consumption since yesterday was 208 watt hour per kilometer. So you see, it seems like the car's navigation here did not calculate in the the headwind we had, and also maybe didn't know my driving style, because many modern cars, they know how I drive. Well, as soon as I start driving, it will recalculate and adjust, but this car is somewhat primitive. It's awesome German tech, but the software in the German cars, they might not always be the best. So yeah, and then also I'm going to check something here. The battery is not that warm, so it's not optimal 18 to 23 degrees Celsius. But you know, I think that's not the problem, because if you look at the optimizer, we can already take 93 kilowatt and no preheating needed, because we're going to charge at 50 kilowatt charger, and you will see that we won't even get 50 kilowatt because the voltage here is only 339, and who knows how low it will be by the time we reach Hanestad, right? Okay. Wait. Yeah, now we go for Hanestad. Just have to take a quick pit stop there and pee and talk a little bit about the old days, and that these chargers are going extinct. Now I have my food break at Alvdal. Just want to see how low the voltage goes at Hanestad. We are 23 kilometers away from Hanestad. Yeah, but the consumption is 209 watt-hour per kilometer. I wonder how low the consumption will be on the way back. At least on the low speeds right now until Elvdal, we can see how low it goes. But yeah, so that was at least a long and hopefully interesting podcast about the CLA and the 400 volt, 800 volt. There's always, at least I find the 400, 800 volt topic interesting. I'll also talk about the whole technology behind it with the conversion and so on. Yeah. And how each car manufacturer solves this. And Mercedes like, okay, now we skip it. Well, it's probably gonna think about this. If you paid for it, if you have that thing in your Taycan, can you get it? Can they just operate it out? If, let's say, if every charger in the future is 800 volts, there's no 400 volt charger anymore. You're basically just lumping around with dead weight in your Taycan. Yeah, limping your performance and handling. So maybe that's what they thought. Mercedes, they're okay, we'll skip it. It's good enough. It's already good enough. They have so good range. They don't care. They charge so fast anyway. But I forgot to mention one thing in my podcast, which is that there's also, of course, likely that you can, if you plan things a bit, you can charge on AC overnight instead. Typically, hotels, they will have AC, maybe even in shopping malls or somewhere you spend some time. Well, if there's like an amusement park or whatever you spend time, extended time on. But I mean, even for me, if I would travel somewhere across Europe, because of the fucked up system or across Europe for apps and shit, I would just camp. I will just, I will visit Ionity and superchargers only. Well, if I'm using Neo, I will also use some battery swap. But battery swap first choice, and then supercharger and Ionity second choices. I don't have to deal with various apps, and probably don't even gonna bother with AC. I tried that in the past, you know. Had to install some app. I had to try to translate German here and there, and it's clumsy, man. Especially nowadays when you have modern cars that can preheat and charge pretty fast and no problem. Even when I drove around with MC Hammer, okay, because I had free supercharging, I would just supercharge. I tried some AC here and there, but in the end I was like, okay, fuck it, just supercharge. It's free and no hassle involved, except for plugging in. But you can always plan and do something useful while the car is supercharging. I'm actually getting kind of hungry now. I'm getting a big ass meal at Alvdal. But yeah, we will get to Alvdal today. Oh, it's 11 only. Wow. We should be at Alvdal around noon because we have to take a little pee break. Yeah. I want to see how slow we charge. Let's hope none of those power modules are kaput, right? Was it FSEC or ABB over there? Always be broken. But I think nowadays, because EVs, they have so good range, then you don't need charges every 50 kilometers anymore. Those old cars, those old school cars like e-Golf, okay, they will struggle, but just don't take that trip with that damn EV then during winter. Yeah, if you want to take the e-Golf, I still haven't found a good name for it. Maybe I should call him Igor. Okay, no, maybe not. But yeah. What was I gonna say again? I zoomed out here. I think maybe at least 150 kilometers should be enough. Like this stretch here is not very populated, so there's no need to slap down those 50 kilowatts everywhere. Or at least what they can do to upgrade them, like Hanestad or Evenstad. And actually, Rena also has outdated. They could at least replace them with the Alpitronic 50 kilowatts. Well, I wonder if they can. No, I think they could slap the 150. That would be the better option, like they've done in what is it again? In the other valley, Åkerströmmen, it's called. And that other place I used to stop at, there was a bakery or something weird over there, and a charger in no man's land. Yeah, I just wonder how much money they're making, or losing rather, on those outskirts. But here, at least Österdal, there's some traffic here. But for the most time of the year and week, they are not making much money at all. If I could pull out some logs, charging logs from Hanestad, like how often does it get any visitors there, and how many kilowatt do they charge there? Actually, kilowatt, and so on. It must be really low. So I wonder. Yeah, I think now it has passed. It has passed now so long that Fortum Recharge, they can remove those sites. But in the beginning there were some requirements for how long that site needed to be there. I'm sure it was 5 or 10 years. Well, I need to hammer some more. Yeah. Hammer enough, hammer some more. Enough, hammer some more. You sure I'm not gonna make it? Hammer some more. Do we have enough space? Hammer some more. Do I take 1 or 2 trucks? Or do I take all 3 of them? I could just take all 3 trucks, right? No problem. Okay, well, is the chat bugged? Let's see. Chat bug check. Okay, we are 11 kilometers away from Ardal. Consumption is 208 watt-hour per kilometer. Check. Okay, it's working. Thank you. So, wow, it's 6.5 degrees outside. Ooh, it's cold, man. Man, I'm hungry now. I want to have a proper meal at Alvdal. Ever had an accident one of the test care cars? Nope. ABC, always be careful. Now, I had some curb rash, really rarely. For example, at Ardal, man, there was one time I had one of the Volkswagen, I think. Yeah, the rim. Okay, that was the one time. Yeah, but that was the Hongxi. But at least back then, I remember Ardal. You know, you have that platform where the chargers are on, and it is scary because if you don't know exactly where the platform is, and also at night especially, right, if you're a bit tired, I've seen many people, they scratch the rims, bump into that platform, but they fix it now. I'm not sure if this was request from Ionity, and then it's okay, they fix it. Okay, it's not our charger, we're gonna fix it for you, okay, to bring in some customers. But they put some trash bin or whatever on that place so you don't bump into it. But still, I mean, not at the very edge. You could, if you miscalculate, you could bump into it. What happens if you take, because you turn in there and charge, and then on the way out, if you don't know exactly where the edge is, you will scratch your rim on it. This is what happened to me. I was like, shit. And then I told Volkswagen of Muller about this. Fortunately, they said, okay, you know what, Björn, we like your videos. You've done lots of great work for us, promoting our cars so we make more money. So we're gonna take it on bill. I'm like, oh, thank you very much, man. Just wonder how much money I help Volkswagen sell. I mean, how much I help them sell. So I basically promote them for free. So. Yeah, and there was one time, yes, I borrowed, it was the 62 kilowatt hour Leaf, and on the ferry, some idiot in a Mercedes opened his door, bam, I was even sitting there, and he said, bam, into the side, like, what the fuck, man, I had to be careful. And then he was like, he just looked at it, and then he spit on it, and rubbed it, and he said, oh, it's fine. That is not fine. So I took a picture of his license plate, and I told Sladre till Nissan about this, and they were like, okay, whatever. They just took it on the bill. It's like calculated running cost. They can probably just write this off the tax anyway. They didn't pursue the guy. If this was in Germany, you know, they would pursue him to the death and pull money from him. Okay, how are we cooking now? Oh shit, I'm down to 4.7 kilowatt hour left. Oh, we're going deep, 9% deep. Oh yeah. 5.8 kilometers away from Ardal. Man, I haven't stopped there in ages. There is no reason for me to stop there. We used to stop there in the old days. Here we had 50 kilowatt chargers. I remember when we had Ionics and stuff, right? Yeah, then I would stop and charge there. Man, I want to see how low the consumption will be on the way back now. Downhill and tailwind. Can we get ionic efficiency here? Well, so nice road and only 80 kilometers per hour limit. Okay, guys, in your country, which speed limit would be on this road, this nice road? In which country is that? If this was Germany, it would be 100 zone here. I think even in Belgium. I remember in Belgium also, some B roads like this, Landstrasse, Bundesstrasse would be 100 zone. 100 in Germany, yeah, of course. One of the Germans, they hammer at 120 then, right? Yeah, in the really old days, like 15 years ago, it used to be 90 zone here, but then the traffic increased, then they had to lower the speed limit. Because I remember in my TomTom, old TomTom, I used with Millennium Falcon back then, it was only, now it's 90. Netherlands. Okay, 3 kilometers left for Hanestan. We'll do a pit stop over there. Should be illegal to drive that slow on this route. I mean, on this road. This reminds me of Arctic Circle runs. When can I go there? Over maximum speed, reduce 100 daytime at night, 130. Huh? Wow, really? No, on some place, get daytime. Oh, wow. At night, but in Germany it's opposite. At night they will have lower speed limit because of not disturbing the neighbors, or because of noise levels. That's Germany in a nutshell, right? They're so strict about everything. Hanestan. You're supposed, yeah. Hanestan, how do I translate it in English? It's the cock place. Right? Hanestan is cock place. Right. We're gonna pull out here. I haven't pulled out here in a long time. Oh, man. I remember those races in Pawel. Oh, it's a freaking tritium. Shit, man. Don't wanna get that tritium. Guys, which charger do we use? ABB to the left or tritium to the right? Come on, spam now. We are now at Hanestan. I have the choice of choosing the ABB 50 kilowatt to the left or the tritium 50 kilowatt to the right. I asked livestream which one to use. Tritium 11 kilowatt? I don't think so. Oh yeah, there's even AC over there, 22 kilowatt AC. What the heck, man? Okay, the guys are too slow. I'm gonna use ABB. Yeah, we're getting 20. We're getting 35 kilowatt. Okay, Ardal. Let's see how far away are we. 40 kilometers away. Shit, how long do you have to stay here, man? Thought about just 5 minute top up, but oh yeah, we are now charging, getting 36 kilowatt. What? Okay, see, this is the problem. Voltage is 341. The plug here is limited to 125 amp, but apparently we're getting only 102 amps. Why? What? Okay, you know, it could be a faulty charger with one power module is kaput. Yeah. Not sure, but we need to drive 40 kilometers to Ardal. We still don't have enough range, man. Okay, whatever. Let me show you guys. This is trenger bare litt strøm. Well, interesting. I talked to the guy. They have 53% left. This is ID4 GTX. He could probably go to. He's going to Trondheim. He could probably go to Trondheim from here, but so he doesn't really need to charge. I tipped him to go to Ardal instead. It's just 40 kilometers. Man. He has plenty of range. And at Ardal, you have way more options. But they wanted to stop here because they have a dog. Yeah, it's nice for the dog to walk on. Probably fine. But go to Ardal. Don't waste your time on these 50 kilowatt chargers. But yeah, we're still taking only 110 pounds, and I suspect that there might be some broken modules or something. A Model X came. What? He doesn't need to charge here. He's going to go through here. What? Okay. Okay. Anyway, I think we have enough. I have 9.3 kilowatt hour. The car claims we have enough, but can I trust it? 55 kilometers of range left. Okay, if we average 200 watt hour per kilometer with an uphill and headwind, that means we need 8 kilowatt hour. And then I have 9.5 now. I think we have enough. Let's go. Let's go. I'm probably gonna hammer those guys again. What, did I hammer them earlier? I think I did, right? They're going to Trondheim. What's interesting, the ID3 next to me, they're going to Trondheim. They stopped here with 53% battery left. I was like, huh? Dude! Okay, I think I can stop charging from here. Yeah, we're at 19% now. Ooh. But they have 53% battery. It was an ID4 GTX. And well, on 53%, I think you have at least 200 kilometers of range. They don't need to stop here, but they wanted to let the dog take a leak. Okay, that's fine. I fully understandable. It's quite empty here, but the charger, the tritium charger, kept getting an Aero 302. I have a document where I can check up what that Aero 302 is. But a secret document from Tritium or someone gave it to me. But yeah, so I tipped them that you can just go to Alvdal instead. There are plenty of food options in Alvdal and way nicer over there, and high power charger and so on. So yeah, they're going to Alvdal. They didn't bother charging here because I thought they needed juice, so I wanted to give them the ABB charger. But I was like, no, why do you bother? But he didn't know about Ardal. I was like, huh? What? Okay, well, now he knows. So that was a 10-minute top-up, but getting only 39 kilowatts. Okay, so okay, now he stopped again, probably with the dog. I'm sure. Same guy, all couple. No. They're just on a trip. They don't need to rush anything. No need for hammering. I'm going to Trondheim. Well, I think we have enough, right? But 10-minute charging. If this is 10 power or anything else really with 150 kilowatt, I could have done the top up in 3 minutes, I think. This was 10 minutes. And we'll get there supposedly with 6% left. Okay, that's deep, still deep. Well, battery, yeah. Well, okay, battery went up slightly only. Just a little bit of lunk in here. Ja, Hanestad, varsågod. Men overpriced food. Nobody stops there. It's wonder why it's not bankrupt yet. People want to stop at Ardal instead. Way more food options. They actually have the Thai restaurant there, and Shell is also quite nice, big Shell with lots of seating there and lots of toilets, and also Ardal Shell, and then Ardal, of course. It's like, okay, Ardal. Oh, we'll still be there before noon, okay? Right on time. And then if I charge half an hour, and then I go back home. Wait, I think it takes less than 3 hours, right, to get there. Well, I should be home in time then. Maybe even before 4 in the afternoon. Musk Hammer, mother trucker. This is from Estonia. Wait, isn't that clear? Let me check here. Yeah, it's clear. We have the downhill advantage. Actually, it is an advantage in this car. I've noticed that we accelerate faster in the downhill. Well, nice weather in Ardal today, at least 6.5 degrees though, cold-ish. Consumption since Hanestad is 231. We have lots of uphills now before it flattens out a bit right before Ardal. But when will I ever go to Arctic Circle again? Because in the past it was hard. We needed help from the family, from Maya and actually Amber's parents, because Amber was pregnant, and then after the pregnancy it was a C-section, so she needed to recover. And then back then also in the beginning, Isabel didn't start kindergarten yet, so we needed help. But nowadays we are fine. We don't need help from Maya really, or the family anymore. We can handle it. I can still do my trips in the daytime, and even at night now I can do 1,000 kilometer challenges at night just fine, as long as then it's not coming, then won't be any Arctic Circle trips. Unless I bring Isabel with me, but no, I mean, I'm not gonna bother her. 2 days in the car, just sitting here, she's gonna be bored after the first day. By the time we get to Trondheim, she will be bored, right? Not on the board, but grumpy, the worst part. Now there is one possibility, but it's going to cost me, and I don't want to spend that money, but I could first travel to Thailand with the whole family, and then I fly back alone like I've done one time. And then I spend 2-3 weeks here working hard, or hardly working. And then I go back home and back to Thailand again. But ideally, if she could travel alone with both kids, but I know that, that's hard. Even for me, it's really hard, man. But to carry everything, and the kids also. So I'm afraid we won't be able to see Arctic Circle for many years. Maybe until Isabel is around 5 years old, like in 2 years maybe. Yeah. Maybe then it's easier to pull off. Will she ever want to join me to the Arctic Circle? Because when you guys need to see the setup. When I have freaking cameras covering everything here, so it's not like she can see much from the front window anyway, and it's still a long ass drive. So my best bet is to maybe hire some babysitter for 2 days, but then that's gonna cost me. But also yesterday was Isabel's birthday, so we had a cake, not that big, but just symbolic. We have a cake, we have the, she's 3 years old. We have the candle, some balloons, some decorations. But there's not much, and also, I purchased a birthday present for her. Gråtass, yeah, from Extra Leke. But that was pretty much it. From there, and then we had the cake, we had some jelly. She loves jelly. Oh, jelly. Yeah. You can see that she's not going to be a vegan for sure. But for now, at least the birthday parties or whatever is not that much hassle yet. But eventually they will be. right? But I wonder at what age. In 2 years, maybe. Once Isabel is 5 years old, I'm gonna throw the coolest birthday party ever with a pool. Well, but then that depends on nice weather outside. Yeah, okay, okay. But of course, we need to have a lifeguard so no one drops in the pool and drowns. Yeah. And what else? But then we need cake again, maybe some simple dogs or whatever, fries, whatever the kids want to eat. Burgers maybe. We just invite a bunch of friends over, right? Not sure the maximum capacity. At least I have plenty of parking capacity. Maybe 10 friends would be possible. Or you have a big table. Maybe you can get a temporary table. Or some people could sit on the bench or on the counter. Yeah, at least 3 more there. So yeah, but that will happen eventually in a couple of years. How are we cooking now? Okay, since charging has dropped to 206 watt-hour per kilometer, there's 6.8 kilowatt-hour left. We're 22 kilometers away. Okay, we have a budget of 300 watt-hour per kilometer now. Oh, it's beautiful over here. A nice valley. Just not populated, but it's still quiet here. Ardal, yeah, the eastern valley. Wait, so if this is called Ardal, why is Gudbrandsdal not called Vesterdal? The big mysteries of life. And if this is called Ardal, what about Rendal, the other valley east from here? That must be the far east then. Oh, I forgot we have the average speed zone here. Yeah, it's funny. Isabel said in Thai this morning, it's strong wind because the trees are swaying. Well, actually, technically, it's correct, right? Because based on the trees swaying, it means that it's strong wind outside. Yeah. Well, I said, well, the wind is strong, and that causes the trees to sway. But it's not because of the trees are swaying that we get strong wind, no. But I think that's what she meant, but she just didn't say it correctly. And she's a smart girl, a 3-year-old. She's about to outsmart me. Why is the chat bugged again? So we're gonna have a kebab roll, right? Or whatever they call it, circle kebab. While I'm having my 20-minute charging stop, or I don't know. Wait, okay, so we cannot make it all the way back. I mean, we couldn't make it to Ardal, but can we at least make it back? Yeah, they go so fast. Yes, they do. If we charge 100%, not sure how long it is again, half an hour-ish, can I then go all the way to Yesholm? Well, there's only one way to find out. And I feel like I want to take a little long break anyway. Probably a half an hour break with shooting some video and then getting the food and eating the food, and half an hour passes really fast. I forgot to time it. How long does it take to drive from Alvdal back to Yesholm? I think it's less than 3 hours, which means that if we leave at noon, half an hour past noon, oh, okay, I will be in Yesholm around 4:15 then. Wow, those trees are really tall. They're gonna fall over. No, it's not that strong wind. But yeah, we have a low price again today. We've been getting some low price dips now in the midday, and I've been heating up the pool during those times. But I mean, it's actually not that big of a deal because we are only pulling 2.1, 2.2 kilowatt for the pool heating. But eventually, once we hit the desired temperature, then I think we don't need that much to maintain it. Now I have plugged in a Ardal's smart plug, so I can measure how many kilowatt hour the pool uses. So I measure that we spend 20 something kilowatt hour per day, but I'm not running it all day. Try to run it when the electricity price is low, and then eventually we will see how much we need to maintain the heat there during the summer. Swim, well, I mean, for now, don't swim yet. I'm still waiting for the pool to heat up. It's 25 degrees now. I want it slightly warmer before I can start swimming, but I'm planning on swimming there maybe more on a regular basis since I already invested so much money in it. I want to use it as an exercise place. To swim there for about half an hour should be a good exercise. Maybe a couple of times a week. Not to try to find days when I can do it. But actually, since the pool is been heated so much, then almost doesn't matter what weather it is outside. It could even be raining technically, and it doesn't matter. You know, the pool would still be nice and warm, 28 to 30 degrees Celsius. But Isabel, man, she loves the pool. The other day when I was cleaning the pool, she ran over and started tapping her feet on the pool edge, and then she went inside and grabbed one of those teapot toys and started playing with the pool water. But we have nice weather nowadays. Okay, maybe not just today, but we have around 18 degrees with some sun, and that should be sufficient for playing in the pool. At least from around 10 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon. Yeah, past 4 or 5-ish, then we don't get much sun anymore from that side, and the house is covering it. I'm thinking, Is it possible to set up some mirrors that could reflect the sun over to the pool? But it needs to be automatic somehow. Sun tracker. So going kind of deep again. Uh-oh, 8%. We're still not there. 11 kilometers left. Finally, we can speed up soon. The average speed zone is over soon. Will I get a yellow flash? Yellow flash means you get you have to pay tax. Oh, nope. Good. But also I met one of Isabel's friends at kindergarten, and they told the parents. I mean, yeah, and I told the parents that we are ready for pool season now. Pool is nice and warm soon. Just have to do a final cleanup, and then we are good. And then they said, because the other kid loves swimming, so maybe they can play in the pool together. 4 degrees. What? It's 4 degrees Celsius? What the heck, man? We're back to winter over here. There's that e-tron GT. Yeah. And the Polestar 4. Wow, can't wait to see what kind of consumption we get on the way back now. We can be riding on this tailwind. Right, but if we get 6 meters per second tailwind, times 3.6. Wait, 3 meters per second is around 10, actually 10.8 kilometers per hour. So we have 42 kilometers per hour tailwind. Damn! I wish we had some sound. Wait, I forgot. Do I need to preheat? 23 to 28 degrees. No, I don't know. We don't want to overheat it either. Well, always go deep. Let me see. Yeah. Wow, it's 3.5 degrees over here. It's getting some cold winds from the north. hasn't turned green yet over here. The spring comes later in Alvdal. Uppe I tynnlufta. Oh, is that snow? Huh? Welcome to the Elf Valley, Ardal. Or is that the mother trucker? They're installing an Albitronic, or are they removing it? No, it's quite windy over here. We have the Thai food restaurant here, but it's way too far away from Overtaking, so. Is it open? Oh, they had the chairs outside. The table. No, they seem to be closed. Or not sure. Okay, we actually arrived right at noon. With 5% left. Oh, there's so much charging options here. Outside Frisk. Frisk Café or Frisk Hotel og Spiseri. There's Headwind, there's Supercharger, there's Circle K chargers, and empty. Lad bilen her. Yeah. But I just poke out here, I just poke into the next. See, I want a nice thumbnail also. Yeah, think about that. I'm gonna take this charger here. Charge port on the right side. It's working, right? Hope so. These are still the old tritium, right? Oh yeah. Okay, let me see. So from Jessheim to here, 203 watt-hour per kilometer and 266 kilometers. So we spend 54 kilowatt-hour getting here, and we have only 51 net capacity. So we couldn't make it here no matter what we did. We are now at Ardal with 5% left. Okay, all good. And if we look at the stats here, since Jessheim, we averaged 203 watt-hour per kilometer, 266 kilometer, and that means we spent 54 kilowatt-hour getting here. This car has 52, supposedly, kilowatt-hour net capacity. There would be no way to get here unless we drive like an old man, but you know, that is not the option here. So the battery is nice and warm. We actually didn't preheat. Let's plug it in, see what kind of speed we get. Oh, it's kind of windy outside and cold. Oh yeah. Wait, are we slightly cold getting? Oh, I think so. Oh, look at this. We're not getting 400 amp. I think we're slightly cold getting, but the battery min temp needs to be 25 degrees. Yeah. But I mean, this is still fast enough. No need to preheat because I'm gonna stay here a while. I'm hungry now. Oh, heat, huh? Wait, look at this. It heats up so fast. We are 30 degrees in the min temp already. Now we're getting 400 amps and 148 kilowatt. Oh, game over. Okay, and then it runs only fans in the beginning before the AC compressor starts. Okay, but now I'm gonna leave the car and then get some food and come back and say, drinks. What if I have enough drinks? Is that gonna be enough? I think that's enough. Okay. So, I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. And I think you guys have been, yeah, you guys have been silent all this time. When the cooling stopped, and then okay. Oh yeah, I went for a Circle K kebab. No wait, what is it called? Circle K kebab. Yeah. But then we're back here with 46%. But then how is the battery temperature going? Is it overheating? Oh, I think it's doing it. It tends to stop the compressor as I enter the car. See, we're at over 50 degrees Celsius. So it might replicate now and only drop to 70 kilowatts. But whatever, we're gonna eat. So what the heck, man? Kebab in the middle of the week. It's Wednesday today. Well, everything is allowed when you're on a road trip. Let's see how to open this. There's not to open part of this. We try to eat this without creating a big ass mess in the car. Rip off this part. Wait, but this is gonna be messy no matter how I do it. Let me try. Good kebab. And then we have to deal with the consequences later today. Ugh. Well, it's actually OnlyFans is okay now because it's so cold outside. Trying to not make a big mess here. Kebab. Is that even possible? It doesn't really run the AC compressor because it's so cold outside. No replicate there. Yeah, I think I put this over here. And that improved now. Charting screen. Oh, sure. There, that's better. It would take 25 minutes to hit 100%. I'm tempted to go 100%. We can go all the way to yes, Headwind. Actually, I also don't know how long it's going to take to eat this kebab. Actually seems that we get optimal speed now. Honestly. Wow. The battery is actually cooling down on the only fan. Impressive. The battery is cooling down now. Starting speed has been reduced. drives better, this or EV3? Oh, EV3. This drives better. It has less power, but it's rear drive. EV3 though is more comfy. It's been said to be more bold. This is somewhat tight, you know. Feels a bit harsh over the bumps. But I like this. If I must, I'll probably buy the ID3. I like that 150 kilowatt charging speed. And the rear drive rather than front wheel drive. This is a nice charging curve. Think about it, it's only a 55 kilowatt hour battery. And still charging over 1C. At 75%. No, stop, don't count. Well, yeah, good question. Why so much hype? Well, I was also disappointed in the space in the EV3. Well, it's compared to Eldorado, but maybe I should test EV3 against this car. But yeah. I'm not sure what's up with the EV3. Also, the car I tested wasn't that cheap. It was 465k NOK, or over 40,000 euros. Well, I'll tell you why. Because it's a car of the year. I'd like to know what kind of criteria they have there. What is so good with EV3? Trying to keep this table from paper. 15 minutes left for 100%. I'm still not done eating. I feel like I need to wash my hands. A bit fatty. That's me. Too much to touch the thing with your fatty fingers. Wait. I should be in this one before 4. Wow. Leap motor. Nope. Where can I find it? I think it's not available in Norway yet. What about Nami box and the E30X? Yeah, in this scenario, there's no overheating. So I wonder if I hit a rare case, corner case, where it overheated during a 1,000 km challenge. Now, the Germans didn't think about this. Oh, cool. Yeah, Turkey, huh? Well, I thought that Berlin was the home of the kebab. 9 minutes left, 8 minutes left. I barely have time to finish the kebab. Let me go wash my hands and then we are ready. Now, even now, at 90%, they're charging faster than the 50 kilowatt charger. It's embarrassing. Well, true. But Australia. This is some impressive charging speed. I'm done. Now I need to wash my hands. 7 minutes left for finishing charging. But Satan, det var kallt. Okay, let's get ready to leave soon. It's gonna finish charging in 2 minutes supposedly. It's been 40 minutes charging only. Did the AC never? Yeah, no, it was actually not needed because it's so cold outside. It's been running only fans, 60% only fans, and it was sufficient to cool down the battery. Very efficient. Actually quite smart. I mean, why not? We have 8 meters per second tailwind now. How much is that in kilometers per hour? Let me see. That's almost 30 kilometers per hour tailwind. We finished charging. We finished eating. I had to go to the restroom to wash my hands because it was kind of fatty. But now we're at 98%. We're gonna finish charging in less than 1 minute. Wow. So yeah, we're still taking 26 kilowatt. Really impressive charging speed. And also, fun fact, during this whole charging session, it did not run AC compressor. It was running only fans at 60% only, and the inlet was hovering around 15 degrees to now 18.5. Because it's so cold outside, you see here 5 degrees Celsius, the car figured out that there is no need to run the AC compressor. Huh? That is smart, and at this time we actually didn't overheat. Yeah, but I wonder, also now, let me see, can we make it to Yes Home, huh? Okay, the car claims you can make it there, just like when we were at Yes Home, it said that you can make it here, so, can we make it there without needing to recharge? Satan, det är kallt ute. Okay, it's the wind that makes it. Okay, we're at 100% now. 51.5 kilowatt hour. Okay, at 100%, car scanner reports 51.5 kilowatt hour. All right, all good. Okay. Why since charge? There it is. Okay. Okay. So then, guys, we have 8 meter per second tailwind, and then downhill. I want to see how low the consumption will be now. All right, all good. Still need to hammer it. Not gonna slow poke. ID3, okay. Similar price, much better looking, real quality, okay. What I don't know about is equipment, what kind of equipment you get, because here it's just so stripped down. You get nothing here. You don't even get comfort access. Oh shit, freaking Prius pull in front of me. Probably need to hammer him. Yeah, so that was 43-minute charging session to 100%, from 5 to 100%. And the average charging speed was 73 kilowatts. Huh? Impressive. I forgot people over here, they actually hammer faster than me in Ardal. Let me see, I start at 12:45 roughly. I want to know how much time I need to get to Yes home now. Oh yeah, so now it's running OnlyFans to cool down the battery after the charging session. But there is no rush to cool it down really, because well, we're not gonna charge. We might not fast charge it much at all. Might just go straight home. If I have 5% left, then no problem. I can pick up Isabel and then I can go straight home with this AC charge for the rest of the day. Well, that was strange. It seems like the hot water is broken, or I don't know, in the toilet at Crystal K. It was freezing cold water, and we needed to wash it with soap to get rid of the fat, but I still feel like some of the fat is still here. Maybe I should start bringing some wet tissue, alcohol-based wet tissue, wet wipes, I mean. Clouds, man. Yeah, now suddenly the Prius owner decided to slow poke. Well, I need to hammer you then. Come on. No, he's going slow uphill. Oh, I see how these guys think. Oh, that thing looks hideous. Well, okay, as long as you hammer downhill fast, then no problem, because we'll mostly have downhill now. But depends. If it goes dog slow in the average zone, then I'm hammering the Prius. If you're in doubt, hammer Prius. Yeah, then it goes fast downhill. Probably following that eco meter, whatever, in the Toyotas. Oh, I see there's an RV. Should we catch up with the RV, and then these guys are too passive, and I hammer both of them. what I like about the Alvdal is that there's plenty of overtaking possibilities. You don't have to get stuck behind these slow cars. So yeah, OnlyFans is taking some power, but probably not that much. By ID3 or MG4. Well, the MG4 is actually remarkably good. Has better, more power, charges faster. Actually does 1,000 kilometer challenge faster, and you also get more equipment for the price. So I think I will actually go for the MG4. Software though, I feel like the ID software is better than the MG4, but here you get nothing really. I think by the end of the day I need to make a summary, and I will crown the best poor man's car, which could possibly be the ID4. But I mean, what else do we have left now? The EC3. I already know how shitty the Stellantis platform is. Freaking front-wheel drive, fossil-based, reduced space there, no preheating, super clumsy software, not that fast charging. Oh, the Prius actually hammered. Wow, impressive. They have evolved. Wait, I've got an idea. Well, I have Sunday drive tomorrow. Oh shit. I'm running out of time. I should have done a ID3 versus MG4 side-by-side comparison. I could do it tomorrow instead of Sunday drive, but although there's a possibility, tomorrow, the last day, I can hurry and do a quick one before I swap cars. But normally they want this car back before noon, so to then go to some MG4 place. Well, I can sacrifice the Sunday drive time and then go. What do you guys think? Ditch the Sunday drive and go for the side-by-side comparison instead. Oh, this is a really ancient RV. Holy macaroni. Can you guys check out this JC 91092? Probably 30 years old at least. Man, it drives slow. But maybe, you know, there might not be that high demand for these poor man's cars, so maybe I can return it later tomorrow, because it's Friday after all. I mean, no one's gonna pick it up. Yeah, the way they usually want it before noon, so they have time to prepare it so that it's ready for the next day, right? But the next day, the following day is a Saturday, and they normally don't rent out on Saturday, lend out. So that the next possible will be on Monday. Yeah, but they probably want to finish it right to Friday. But okay, maybe if I can hurry it, if I can get access to an MG4 near Yes home, that would be great. So I can quickly do my thing there in the morning, and then if I hurry it, I can do it within around 2 hours, and I can still be at Møllebil by around noon-ish, maybe 1 in the afternoon. That should be enough. And I think I need to top up the e-Golf slightly before I go to Bertlåsten. Because I want to highlight the price also. For 320k, this car. Wait, what about MG4? What is the cheapest MG4? Can you get the 51 kilowatt hour MG4? Well, actually, I wonder if actually you can get the 64 kilowatt hour, the bigger battery that charges like a bus, for the same price as this, right? Or roughly the same. Long range, but probably want the... Well, you can even go for the stripped down MG4, but you probably luxury or what they would call. Oh, it's Thursday. I forgot. Oh, it's Thursday, not Friday. For the moment, it's Thursday. Yeah, but Friday is the day where I swap the cars. Then I have to dedicate tomorrow. The whole day tomorrow will be for Sunday drive. So I expect slightly more than 400 kilometers range. We'll see. It will be somewhat windy tomorrow also, but not so strong wind as today, but also slightly warmer tomorrow. Oh, wait. Okay, what about the 64 kilowatt hour? So it seems like, okay, you might get slightly less efficient MG4 versus this car, but you get the bigger battery. Don't remember, should be close to 60 kilowatt hour net capacity, right? So it's a way bigger battery, charges faster. That's probably why it beat it on 1,000 kilometer challenge. But then the price should be around 300 something, the low 300. I wonder if I've seen 320k for the MG4. But that was the stripped down version. But the stripped down MG4 might have the same equipment or even better than this pure business. Well, what about in krone? I want to know in NOK. Huh? 300k only? Whoa. Wow, really? What about if you go for the luxury 64 kilowatt hour? Then you get everything. You get the auto steer, you get the comfort access, you get backup camera. Then it's way better equipped. Wait, which trims do we have again? I don't remember the names. There's a base trim and a high trim, right? So what's the ID3 quality? What kind of quality are you talking about? Oh, standard comfort luxury. Oh, okay, I see. So the luxury is the highest trim. Wait, so even the luxury 64 kilowatt hour is only 300k? Really? Well, if these guys don't speed up soon, then I'll trophy long range, man. Yeah, but it's a long range, the 64 kilowatt hour. That is comparable to this car in terms of range and charging speeds, at least. So you actually get a bigger battery with the MG4. Okay, if the Prius doesn't hammer, and if the Volkswagen in front is slow still, then I'll hammer both of them. Give them 1 minute or 30 seconds. No, you don't have to go at 65 over here. They don't check for speed, instantaneous speed. Well, as expected, they are slow poking. Okay, let's hammer. Why is it German? Now we have the freaking Prius behind me, who wants to hammer fast downhill but then go dog slow uphill. Well, if you feel like hammering, you can just hammer now. You had the chance to hammer earlier. You did. Good bad for you. Okay, what is consumption? 140 watt-hour per kilometer. Oh yeah. Okay, but what is the long range luxury price? Or the 64 kilowatt hour luxury price in Norway? So I'm sitting in here is it's called Pure Business, the mid trim. The lowest trim. Okay, so that is 300k. What? It's even cheaper than this car. What the heck, man? Wow. Because the base model Pure doesn't even have backup camera. Holy crap balls, they cheaped out on everything. And they can't even compete with the Chinese cars. What the heck? Well, because, okay, have you, I mean, for you guys who say that it doesn't have the same quality, well, have you tried to drive an MG4 before? It has remarkably good handling. I remember when I tried it for the first time in Thailand, I was like, whoa, what the heck, huh? Rear wheel drive? And this kind of nice, the way it's been tuned, the suspension, like, it was as if I was driving a German car, you know, like, wow, I was really impressed. But it doesn't mean that I always say nice things about the MG. Just wait a couple of days, and when I release the MG ZS EV, oh holy crap, man! Oh, that one is not good. Even the facelift ZS EV. From when you put the car in reverse, it takes almost 2 seconds before the backup camera comes up. What the heck, man? Is it sending data to China or something? ID3 is too pricey. Well, oh, I wonder, what about the Nami box and the other, and the E30X? I need to test how good they are, and of course Firefly eventually. But they also announced it less than 300k, wasn't it? It was 270k, no, 279, I think 280k for Firefly, and it was lots of goodies. Okay, it didn't have motorized liftgate, but this also doesn't have it. But at least you get the Neo Pilot, you get actually lots of goodies for that price. So man, once Firefly comes, then it's game over. No, but it seems like it was already game over with the MG4. But maybe Norwegians, they don't want poor man's car. They want to drive Enyaq or Tesla Model Y instead. It drives really good, yeah. Oh. $138 watt-hour per kilometer. Wow. Well, I think we have passed most. No, we are not done with Ardal. After Hanestad. No, actually, at Atna, that's where it flattens out. Yeah. I'm gonna shoot video at Atna then. already did the charging test video, but I just remember that MG4 might be a quite strong competitor. I didn't include MG4, I included Tesla and Inster, but Inster was a joke comparison. Maybe I should try to squeeze in the MG4 there. Yeah, I could redo it. It would take a bit extra time, but MG4 is actually a quite strong competitor. But it sounds unfair to compare 64 kilowatt hour versus 55, but the fact that MG4 is actually cheaper and you get more equipment, yeah, then it should be included in the comparison. And it's the same segment also. Because, well, spoiler alert, the ID3 won the battle against the Inster, but Inster was a joke. But also against Tesla Model 3 SR Plus. The SR Plus ran 170 kilowatt in the beginning for a bit, and then it slowed down. But then MG4, I remember, could have quite flat 135, 140 kilowatt until around 55%. So it has actually faster charging than this car. But what about the N? Okay, I think I need to redo it. It's going to take me an hour or two extra to squeeze in that charging session, and then yeah, I have to retake the whole recording. I've done everything. I've rendered everything now, so. But I forgot to consider MG4 because I was thinking, oh, but MG4 is a bigger battery. But I mean, I did mention MG4 in the 1,000 kilometer challenge. Just didn't realize it was actually a relevant alternative. And actually, if you want to go for the really poor man's car, you can get the smaller battery. Yeah, just curious. What if you get the smaller battery MG4 and the standard, or one doesn't have to go for the luxury, right? You can live with less equipment. How cheap is it going to be then? Can we get it down to 250k? Nope. Well, 270. Oh, no, but 270k, is that also for luxury? So the price difference is for the battery is only 30k NOK. And then you get faster charging and more range. Not sure about the power. No, that's standard, huh? What about luxury? There seems to be almost no difference in battery price then between the small and the big. I'm confused now. Okay, for luxury standard range, what is the price? It's 285, so it's 15k. How you pay 15k extra? You get. Oh, okay, then I think most people, they will actually try to pull out 15k extra, get the long range. Oh, I see. Battery cooling is now down to 30% pump speed. It was at 60 because the battery temperature dropped to 29.7 degrees. So now the cooling should kick back a little bit. We are at 130 watt hour per kilometer now. There, it's zero now. Okay. Yeah, so no fans, it's off now. for the battery, at least. I mean, only fans is off. Now it's no fans. Yeah, but the 49 kilowatt hour MG4 is, yeah, then the battery is smaller. It's like Insta battery. And wait, what was the net capacity? Should be around 45 only, and then it has less range than this car. So yeah, but the long range battery should beat it in almost every aspect. Better range, better 1,000 kilometer challenge, faster charging, more equipment. Sometimes it's a bit inconvenient with this car, because every time I approach the car I need to pull out the key fob and unlock the car, and I have to remember to lock the car when I leave the car. Would be great if we could have comfort access, at least like most other press cars I test nowadays. Wow, consumption is 128 watt hour per kilometer. Ioniq, go home. Maybe I can shoot here. Wow, we have driven 37 kilometers so far. We're getting close to Ardal again, where we stop for charging. And the consumption is 129 watt hour per kilometer. Oh, I think it's time to say, Ioniq, go home. Wait, is it gonna drop more? We'll see. There's another drop before Ardal. I'll check again at Ardal. I might have to shoot another video at Ardal. Wow, it's cold outside though, 6 degrees Celsius only. But it should heat up as we go down the valley. Battery keeps cooling down. I see we get another dip tomorrow on the spot price. It's cheapest at actually at 3 in the afternoon. Huh, okay. Yeah, well, I will have another intense heat up period tomorrow for the pool. Now we are heating up the pool, and then I let it idle overnight when it's more expensive. So by doing this, we save some money on pool heating. And actually, this is what I should do on a regular basis. So I don't always heat at the pool when electricity is expensive. But on the other hand, it's only pulling 2 kilowatt, right? So no big deal. It's not like 10 kilowatt for car charging. Oh, it goes slightly uphill here and then downhill again. I'm catching up with the Volvo and 90 pace. Wait, what is that? Oh, it's 94. So let's see if I can make it back to Gjesholm in a single charge. also want to see the total for the trip now. It started to drop. It's 193 watt hour per kilometer. We had over 200 when we arrived at the Ardal. We'll see once we're back in Home. But you see, well, 2 charging stops were needed, yeah, to go that trip, the whole trip here. I wonder if there's an MG4 at the dealership in Home somewhere. Maybe if I can squeeze in that on Friday. It was a Mach E had a Volvo, okay. Well, then I wonder, those the Nummy box and the Jack E30X, how cheap are they, and also what do you get there? Is it just a tiny box, or do you actually get a proper small car like this, or the MG4? Okay, I feel like I need to hammer these guys soon. I should do it here. Choop. Oncoming, but whatever. Oh, I said it was a Volvo, it's actually a Kia Ceed. Okay, consumption went up slightly, 131 watt hour per kilometer, still quite low, 130 now. First impression of the MG, well, I have a video about it, but I mean, it seems like an okay car, quick, rear-wheel drive, that's good. Maybe slightly bouncy, but also software is okay. I mean, it's not super impressive, the MG software, but I mean, it's okay. And what else? Yeah, it seems to be okay. I think it's like that was my impression. It's an okay car, but somewhat annoying things in the software I wish to disable. But I think for the price, yeah, it's a spacious car for that price. That's probably what they're aiming for. It's just average, you know. This not like when I tested Neo, but I was like, ooh, quiet, oh, nice ride, in that segment. Okay, eventually I need to hammer this mother trucker, but he probably wants to go schnell downhill. See, consumption is still 130. Right now we have the last downhill for a little while. And it's significant downhill. It flattens out. Not now. Maybe I should also try to coast. Let's see. Coasting. Oh, I'm losing speed. Oh. Car's too light. Okay. Oh, 128 watt-hour per kilometer. Can we go lower? 127. We are now at 18. We were driving. We are now at what the hell? We are now at 18. We've been driving for 52 kilometers, and the consumption so far is 127 watt-hour per kilometer. Wow! I think it's time to say, Ionic, go home. Wow, this is amazing how efficient this car is. We've been going downhill and we have tailwind, and now we're gonna add up with some drafting. Okay, maybe not. I don't want to stop. No, I don't want to get sandblasted. Ah! Let me hammer this car. Yeah, truck. Gå snäll! Oh, no. Oh, no. That was scary, man. Did you guys see that? Good thing I was paying attention. Always pay attention. Wow. That could have been nasty. Maybe it wasn't sharp enough in the live stream. Need to replace the BZ4X. Okay. Well, what about getting the CHR Plus? It's so cramped in the back seat. Get a Model Y. Yeah. Model Y Juniper. Ferdig snakka. Okay, now the consumption goes up slightly, 131, because it flattens out. But yeah, so if we can average around 130 something over to Elverum, man, then we are in a good position to make it all the way to Yesholm without needing to recharge. Is this thing working now, or do I need to re-plug it? I'm trying to get access to the USB stick here. Huh? Oh, there. Wait, hold on, that's USB, huh? No. Huh? What? Come on. No, this is always the case for the V cards, that it has trouble connecting to my USB stick. Because I'm using that adapter. There, finally found it.
Don't get me started about the way you look at me. Don't you see where you've gone? Don't want a broken heart, and please never let me go. Can we be another friends just for once? Yeah, you make me wanna try. Yeah, you turn my lows into my highs. Maybe after midnight at your house with all your friends. Tell me we'll be alright. We got no down to the weekend. Don't wanna waste time. Just take it by. Meet me after midnight. Let's kiss into the starlight. Meet me after midnight.
There's a silver moose.
Somewhere far, yeah, you make me wanna try, yeah, you turn my lows into my highs. Maybe after midnight at your house with all your friends. Tell me we'll be alright. We got no doubts into the weekend. Don't wanna waste time. Just take it by. Meet me after midnight. Let's kiss into the starlight. Meet me after midnight. Maybe after midnight at your house with all your friends. Tell me we'll be alright. We got no doubts into the weekend. Don't wanna waste time. Just take it by. Meet me after midnight. Let's kiss into the starlight. Meet me after midnight.
Oh, it's still windy over here. 8 meter per second wind with, I think it was 18 meter per second wind gusts. Maybe Denmark is producing big now. Well, I don't know if it's windy in Denmark, but with all the wind turbines now over there. 7.5 degrees. Sea Ardal looks awesome, but this one, well, I'm not impressed of the Sea Ardal Plus. Transport. Yeah, I forgot to tell you, you didn't see it in the live stream maybe, but I was going to overtake that truck earlier, and as I was on the side of the truck, I saw that my lane, on the left lane, right? There was a tree that fell over the Autobahn. So if I didn't slow down there and actually cancel the overtake for now, I would have hit the tree. So it was diagonally over the road. Well, from a distance I didn't spot it immediately, but once I got closer to it, like 100 meters away, I saw it. And, oh, okay, and then just pulled back a bit, and then I hammered the truck. we're back at Koppang. The temperature is rising finally, 8.5 degrees. Shell Koppang, anyone joining? And two cars joining there. Volvo EX30 with a trailer, no, EX40 I think it was, yeah, a trailer, and a Neo and a Polestar 2. Still a flag, we still have tailwind. The consumption is still 128 watt hour per kilometer. Wow. Well, the total consumption has dropped to 187 now for the whole trip, and it's going to keep dropping and dropping. Well, at least until we hit the motorway again. Oh, 127 watt hour per kilometer. Your brother from unknown mothers, ID4. $125 watt hour per kilometer. Wow. Yeah. Do you guys know what kind of battery is in the Citroen EC3 I'm gonna borrow soon? No, my bad, my bad. That's actually no, no. Next time it's not this. Wait, what am I mixing from? Yeah, it's the E3 first and then the ID bus. Yeah, on Friday I'm picking up EC3. Must be the poor man's battery, right? In there.
Clouds roll in and fade away, hiding from what you wanna say. All the games you play, I'm still waiting. Evening fades into the dawn. Lights go out, but you don't come home. I'm still alone. Wanna say
Ardal area. No, 124 watt hour per kilometer. I'm driving so slow over here. IP is going nowhere. I believe he's not gonna hammer. Okay, consumption went up a bit, 125 watt hour per kilometer. Now we hammer all the stuff. It's clear for now. Yeah, it's like Enya, yeah. Yeah. What? Oh, I forgot it's Eurovision time now. Huh? What kind of? I don't pay attention to what's going on there. What artist is it? What song is it? Norway, huh? They wait to the finals. I feel like I want to slam some doors. Some dude in armor chain. What the fuck, man? I thought it was a song contest. The solar panel farm is nearby here. Well, navigation claims will be in yes same at 1553.
Gotta be
I think I'll be there even before that time. I can go home and get some work done before I... Yeah, I wanna redo the charging test. I need to include MG4. Yeah, I wanna see how fast that one charges compared to the ID3 here. MG4 is even old-ish car, right? Compared to this.
Toxic, baby, I'm a toxic man. You don't wanna go through this again. I know you're just trying to save me. That's the thing, I'm not no angel, baby. I know what you want, tryna box me in. Give me my space, I need oxygen. Think of how to love me lately. So baby girl, gotta be honest, gotta be real. 'Cause I can't deny it. You feel tried to be single, that didn't last. When I met you, I just knew there was no looking back. Mama tell me like both sides that she had. Mama tell me like both sides that she had. Tell you I love you, but there's girls on the side, and I still wanna hold you, but I can't decide. Girl, mama tell me like both sides that she had. Mama tell me like both sides that she had. You know that I want you, but I still need to fly, baby. I can't help it, I'm a Gemini, yeah.
I wonder how many banana boxes the EC3 can take. Also, what is the price on the Citroen EC3? Is it really a poor man's car? Wow. The consumption is still low, 125 watt hour per kilometer, even after driving 114 kilometers. Oh shit, I didn't check the refrigerator. Sorry. Forgot to open the boot and recharging. in a different folder now, right? Yeah, I think we are.
Let's go. I know I'm moving through life like it's a runway. I'ma live life now and paint this life like a masterpiece. There's no bringing us down, and we don't know what tomorrow holds, so we gon' live right now. All we know when we pull up, God, we staying this. Oh, live, I can't stop right now, right now. Can't hold me down. See my life and they say, oh wow, oh wow, oh wow. Got them saying, oh wow, oh wow, oh wow. See my life and they say, oh wow. I tell them it's my life, I live it one way. Yeah, this my moment right now. Going a mile a minute, can't slow me down. One far from finish, they say, oh wow. Got them saying, oh wow, oh wow. Yeah, I'm on the way right now. Nothing you say could ever bring me down. Yeah, I'm on the way right now. Nothing you say could ever bring me down. Yeah, look, I'm living my life like a runway. You know I always pull up in style, so I always live my life in one way. That's in the moment, live right now. Oh, wow. Got 'em saying, oh, wow, oh, wow. Oh, wow. See my life and they say, oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Got 'em saying, oh, wow, oh, wow. Oh, wow. See my life and they say, oh, wow.
Well, we're still playing in loop here. Okay, whatever. Pause it for now. Yeah, sun is out. 10 degrees Celsius, keeps rising the temperature. Yeah, consumption is still low, 126 watt hour per kilometer. I didn't expect it to be that low all the way here, but wow, what effect the wind and the downhill can do. But I know that on flat road, at least I'm going 90, I'm going 88 right now, that it should be able to consume around 100 and, well, in this weather, maybe 150 watt hour per kilometer. Yeah, we're still at 68%, even after driving 128 kilometers. So, hey, what is the car estimating now? At yes home, I will arrive with 26%, really? Okay, we'll see then. Maybe it hasn't taken account that they will hammer it on the motorway. I'd like to be fully rested for tomorrow since I'm going on a Sunday drive. But then if I go only around 400 kilometers, then I need to drive 6 hours, roughly. Normally I have around 7.5 hours of time for shooting videos or going on some trip. Before I had to go back to the kindergarten. So yeah, if I can go home quickly now, I can get some work done. Maybe around 15 minutes, half an hour work before I pick up Isabel. Try to work on that charging test. hammering needed. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, it's a tractor. Holy shit balls. Well, then it's up to the car behind the tractor to hammer. The tractor seems to want to pull out here, but still, probably want to hammer all these people. Okay, if they are slow like this, then this is a top opportunity to hammer them. Just have to check the car in front, and then because they have so low speed now, so it's quite easy to hammer all of these guys. That's how you hammer all of them in one go. Oh. And they accelerate so slow. They can react faster. Yep, 170 horsepower hour. Okay, per hour. Well, despite the hammering and that we are going roughly 10% over the speed limit, and the consumption is still low, 125 watt-hour per kilometer, and the total consumption for the trip is now 177. So this is a realistic test in Norway, driving on mixed motorway and B roads. But also tomorrow, we're going to drive like a Nisse, see how far we can actually go. Can we go more than 400 kilometers tomorrow? Let's see. Can we match classic Ionic's efficiency? Oh, I'm not sure about that. Not many cars could go below 100 watt-hour per kilometer. It was mostly just, well, I wonder if it was only a classic Ionic. Yeah. Yeah, the old chargers. Well, there's a Zoe charging on it. What the heck? On the AC. Truck there. Oh, well, I see it be hammering it. Don't want to hammer it before swinging. But this trip shows that even the poor man's ID3 with the smallest battery can go on these road trips just fine. You still need to drive a long time, like 2.5 hours before you plug in. Well, at least on these roads, yeah. Which would be more common for Norwegians. They can't go on motorway all the way to Arctic Circle, for example. But also in the 1,000 kilometer challenge, it charges so fast that you can, you can have a 25 minute stop, and then you can still drive some decent distance until the next charger. Well, the only problem was that I had headwind, and we were in the 120 zone. Yeah, that's true. Then the range wasn't that great, plus that it rapid gated. Yeah. Well, at least on Norwegian B road, no problem. Huh? 60 watt-hour per kilometer, 2 and 150. Oh, you mean 260, right? Well, I mean, by the end of the, once I was at Ardal, I had around 205 something watt-hour per kilometer. But on the motorway, yes, it was 260 for a bit, but around 250 when I exited Eco Drive to the public swimming pool and back. Oh, but it's just a short trip, right? With short trips, you might get some uphill, downhill advantage, disadvantage. That becomes somewhat significant. Oh, okay, only 14.5 kilometers. Yeah, that's quite short. But you know, it makes me wonder, if it wasn't for Tesla, would this ID3 ever be built, or would Volkswagen still be camping on fossil tech? Same with the rest of the car industry. They were sleeping, right? But did Tesla make them wake up and make electric cars to compete with Tesla? I mean, what if the rest of the car industry never made those cars? I-Pace and Kona, and the problem then would be that Tesla, they wouldn't have that big charging. I mean, they have Tesla supercharger network, but they don't have the other chargers. Well, maybe that's no problem, because Teslas, they have good range. And as long as they sell plenty of Teslas, they can build good charging network, good enough for Tesla owners to jump between them. Is Toyota no? I think they're still asleep. They're still in the bubble, and they are still inhaling hydrogen. Still at 64% battery. Holy crap. Okay, I need to hammer some more. Oh, this is a prime location to hammer, but I'm not there yet. top. Then pick up. Always be hammering. Oh shit. Well, done. See, 170 horsepower, plenty. But if I had the Insta, I'd be like, oh, come on, come on, come on. Yeah. I'd say that around 170 horsepower should be minimum. And the more the better, of course. Because I was going flat out there. I mean, wide open throttle or whatever. It was metal to the pedal. ID3. 148 horsepower, right? What is that, the poor man's Enyaq? I mean, Enyaq, really? Is that poor man's car? Like a low, in the 50 must be the lowest trim. Or lowest, what, small battery also, right? It's a poor man's Enyaq. Oh, okay. Well, what battery is it? Well, how fast does it charge? Is it the one that charges at 50 kilowatt? You have to pay more to unlock more power. No, the unlock is included. Wow. What, you have whopping 125 kilowatt then? Now I'm curious here. Which car is the fastest? This ID3 or the MG4? Fastest charging car, I mean. The MG4 has quite flat curve, but I bet it doesn't go fastest to 100%. Maybe it will even lose to 90%. But then, well, it has a quite big head start towards 90%. Well, we need to find out. Just put it in the charging battle. Well, I should have to change the thumbnail also and include the MG4. Over 81 kilowatt, what? Okay. But do you guys know the ID bus? Just saw an ID bus now. The ID bus versus the ID bus long. So I remember the regular ID bus is only around 4.8 meters, right? Or it wasn't that long. But what about the long version? No, maybe I was wrong. Maybe the regular ID bus was almost 5 meters long. Check somewhere. EV database. Yeah, I guess your friend. I just wonder how much longer the long version ID bus is. Oh, we are almost at Svingen now. That means also not too long until we are at the Elverum. That means I need to shoot the video. I'm gonna shoot the video at Svingen. Wow, 124 watt-hour per kilometer. Holy macaroni, this car is efficient. Oh, it's crazy, man. We use less than 20 kilowatt hour so far. Oh, 4.7. Oh, yeah, I couldn't remember it was like that, huh? Wait, so ID bus is actually as long as a Model 3 only. Wow. And then Model Y is actually longer than ID bus. Then the long version is almost 9 meters. That's roughly the same as a Model X. Huh. Okay. Right, I'm gonna shoot video now. Document this. 125 watt-hour per kilometer. We are now at Svingen. This is usually where I hop out of Svingen. Yeah. Yeah, but when I have my Sunday drive, I'll stop here. It's a resting area. We are about to enter the 90 zone. But look, so far, from Alvdal to here, what? 125 watt-hour per kilometer. That is simply amazing. Wow. So you see, we spent only 9%. Sorry, so 9% of the battery getting here. And now come to the 90 zone. I'm gonna hammer it. 100. Yeah, barely legal. That's my middle name. But from here, we'll have a higher speed. Eventually, we hit the motorway. We're gonna hammer it. But the average consumption for the whole trip has actually dropped to 174 watt-hour per kilometer. Yeah, nice. Okay, seems like we have a pretty high chance of getting back to Yesholm in a single charge. See here, the car estimates that we will arrive with 25%. Really? No, wait. Did it take into account that I was going to hammer the motorway here? Possibly not. Yeah, from here it goes relatively schnell. Of course, we had a slow part from between the two motorway stretches, but yeah, let me see. You can go from Ardal to Elverum in 2 hours. That's the way we hammer now. And then roughly from Elverum to Yesholm should take 1 hour. fast now, 11.5 degrees. Right, hammer it now. Ja, consumption already at 127. Go up now. Go schnell. I think the reason why ID bus has so good space is because it's a quite short nose. It's a van. You can sit more upright. Oh yeah, I can just keep the mountain here and then record a new charting session. Should have time to fix it. Well, then need to render it also. Okay, quickly add the MG4 charting session. consumption goes up quite a lot now. 133 watt hour per kilometer already after the short hammering on the motorway. It seems like I spent 7 hours on this trip total. Oh wait, 8. Yeah, 8:45 when I started roughly. I will be back in 3:45. 7 hours. Oh, it's getting hot in here. Almost at the motorway now. Well, it seems to be a linear scale. We have 51% and 26.3 kilowatt hour. Oh, phone's overheating. Shit. That problem. Okay, it's charging. I'll put it back down because I think it's going to turn green soon. Oh, there's some traffic now, 3 in the afternoon. Yeah, we're at 48%. Now we can hammer most of the way now. We have that slow stretch and 8 water time. Max's pickup truck. Where's the poor man's pickup truck compared to the F-150? Got nice weather around Yesholm today. It was cloudy earlier. Because we can just go straight home. We don't need to charge anywhere. No AC charge at home. Yeah, I'm not planning on going anywhere tonight. Wait, but I still have to do the acceleration noise test. Are you guys interested? In general, the acceleration noise test, they get very low view. Oh no, but I have an idea now. I had to try to find the old clip from last time. I will do a side-by-side acceleration test with the old and the new ID3. Maybe that would spice things up a bit. We can actually see how fast one car is versus another. I could actually do something something weird, which is to have the sound. For example, the left. If the left would be the all, I could have the sound from the old recording on the left channel and then the sound on the new recording on the right channel. It sounds really weird maybe to listen to it. Or maybe I'll only use the sound from the new clip and then the old would just be there as a picture, or moving picture rather. I mean, yeah. But how many horsepower did the old have? Was it 145 only? I wonder if it's 110 kilowatts, 145 horsepower. Well, that's a nice upgrade. And the 0 to 100 time has been improved to around 8 seconds. 8.1, 8.2, right? We'll see once we test it now. If I, well, wonder how hot it'll be in the car tomorrow. I have to run only fan as long as I can. No, no fan. Oh, I think it's overheating again. Let's see. If I blast some, right? If I defrost the front windscreen, will that help? Defog windows. Well, no, it blows hot air. No, I don't want that. Now I try to blow air in the front windscreen and then hopefully that will bounce and hit the camera and cool it down, because it's not easy to cool it now or move it now when we are driving. Might take a while before I get any effect. Low here, or 16 degrees. AC should kick in, yeah. Compressor speed, 2000 RPM, 1900. We'll get some cooling going on here. 1500, wow. So the cooling here is not that much compared to the battery cooling. I saw almost 3000 RPM. Oh wow, they were riding on the tailwind. I just saw it now. It's not effective as putting it straight in front of the air vent. Maybe I should bring a portable fan next time. I have plenty of those at home now. Oh shit. Did we pull in? Oh okay, yes, it worked. It cooled down now. So it's charging. But it's gonna overheat again soon. I might wanna keep it running for a little bit more before I stop it. assuming we have the tunnels also, but that helps. Okay, yeah, 148 then. Let's put it back on auto. Okay, and then crank it up to 21 degrees again. Well, it's gonna heat up the cabin. No, don't do that. It's gonna heat up the cabin. No. Well, climate off then for now. They're riding on a tailwind now, way back. Quite strong tailwind. It's normally not that windy around Yeshaven. Well, the Asian cars, they have coating, aftermarket tinting. I mean, not called tinting. Tint. Well, the consumption since Alvdal is still 138 watt-hour per kilometer. Wow, that is a lot lower than way up. So total consumption is now 174. Huh? Well, not too bad. That includes 50. Well, let me see. Around 1/3 of that way. Yeah, 265 kilometers and around 90 kilometers motorway speeds. Yeah, I'll see tomorrow how low it goes and how far we can drive. And I want to see how many kilowatt hour actually get out of the battery. Well, I'll probably leave right after kindergarten. Yeah. So I have to bring the Cybex with me. That's 15 kilograms extra payload. What did it say? Seems like, well, I'm not sure. Militärpolitik. Oh. 40 kilometers left for Yesholm. We have 130 kilometers on GOM. well, actually, look at that. We have a 20 kilowatt hour left. So actually, we say that I could have gotten away with one charge. If I charge at Hanestad to 100%, I could have then gone to Ardal again, but it's going to take freaking forever, man. But then if I stop at Koppang, then I might not. I mean, and then charge 100% there at Koppang. Then would it be possible to go to Alvdal and then back again to Yesholm without recharging? Not sure. But it was just a short charging stop. At least I documented. If I stopped at Koppang, which would maybe most people would do, right? Then I could get away with just 3-minute top up. Then I could get over to Alvdal, charge there, and I actually didn't need to charge 100%. I could have charged at 90% and still make it back to Yesholm. these Tesla campers, can they stop being so annoying? Seriously? Can they, huh? It's a freaking sweet, man. Come on. Freaking Nissan, man. Swedish Nissan. Oh. Oh, this is the Lexus. Oh. Oh, that one is actually a nice car, except for the punishment point. Yeah. I'm planning to have a long trip, Vancouver, Chicago. Oh, okay, cool. I'm not too familiar with those names though. Except for that, I think Chicago is near one of the big lakes, and Vancouver is on the west side, right? So it's a long trip. Yeah, 35%. No, what? The car estimates we will run yes home with 24%. Okay. Oh, lots of traffic from, well, not sure where they are from, possibly from Oslo, somewhere. Northbound traffic in the afternoon. Okay, so I know now that the fast car, then we need only we need roughly 7 hours. Damn, these wind gusts are strong. And it pulls the car a bit sideways. But how long? I mean, how long is that trip in miles then, from Vancouver to Chicago? Then I get an idea on what we're talking about here in distance. It's probably a massive distance. Oh, I have 29% left. We don't have to stop here at Iolington. Check how busy it is. Well, no, just 3-4 cars charging there. Let's see, do I need to pick up anything from, well, parcels? No. Do I need to buy anything? Bremen. Yeah. I wonder if it was something I wanted there, but I don't remember now. I need to write down everything. Shopping list. Otherwise I'll forget it. Oh yeah, and I remember. It was the swimming diaper, or whatever you call it. The diaper you can wear when you're swimming. Yeah, they should have that at the Yemen. Isabel needs a bigger size now. In case you want to dip in the pool, but it's only 25 degrees in the pool. We should wait till it's around 27 at least. Well, by tomorrow it should reach 27. I've been gaining 1 to 2 degrees Celsius per day. I don't want to rush it too hard. And then overnight, because I'm idling, then I might lose half degree. Don't worry, it took almost 2 weeks to slowly heat it up. But we're not wasting too much money on it. kindergarten from it's just 2 kilometers from home. That's quite close. So since I have some time left now, well, I feel like it's too early to go pick up Isabel now, because it seems like in summer they enjoy playing outside. So sometimes when I arrive at 4, Isabel doesn't want to leave yet. So I'll let her play until around 4:15 at least. Maybe sometimes, yeah, 4:15, roughly 4:20. Then she can go home. That gives me some time for work. See if I can get the charging video edited. Welcome back to Yes Home. Oh, it's quite windy today. What? 25% left? Wow. Or 12.9 kilowatt hour left. Not too bad. Oh, 14 degrees Celsius. Okay, it heated up, but it's so windy outside. I wonder how the kids are playing in all that wind. Oh wow, it's snow already on that side. What the heck? Well, it's 5, okay. 3:30 now. Lexus UX 300E. You know, wow, that is an expensive EV. I remember when I tested it, it cost 400k NOK. And back then you could get, well, I mean, that was many years ago, but you can get lots of nice cars for 400k. And the Lexus was only, let's see, how big was the battery? It was more than 50 something kilowatt hour battery. And CHAdeMO, holy crap, man. And it was quite noisy. Something completely different than the other Lexus, the RZ450E. That was a lot better. So, yeah. that's one of the cars I don't recommend people buying, the Lexus. Normally, I mean, like Inster, okay, I was making fun of how slow it was, but I mean it's still practical and still nice in many ways, right? But the Lexus, really, don't buy it. Buy anything else. I mean, you buy, well, okay, maybe not Fiat 500e. That was also in the don't buy list or not recommended. Wow, we got back home before, huh? Even got back home before 3:45. It's gonna be around 3:40 by the time we get back home. Okay, so so we went more. Stop. We went more or less. We went non-stop now from Alvdal to here, and it takes 2 hours and 52 minutes. We were not much slowed down, so that's the reference time then, more or less. So yeah, now I know. Which just means that, wow, if I could get over there to Alvdal and then with a car with longer range, I could top up, if I arrive at, let's say, 20-30% at Ardal, I top up to 70-80%, and then within 20 minutes I can come back here and I can actually finish the trip within around 6 hours only. Yeah, even that is possible. Well, we have our lovely house, huh? New version. Yeah, there is a new version. They still stuck with CHAdeMO and 50 kilowatts. What improvements do they have other than that? Yeah, the battery's been growing bigger, but it's still. Well, I don't know. I haven't tested soundproofing and so on, but I mean, I noticed it right away. I remember. Yeah, I remember it. I had one of Marcus Beale's Model 3s. That was even one of the previous generation Model 3. It wasn't even Highland, right? And I picked up the Lexus at Toyota and Svelvik. And I remember I drove the Model 3 there, okay. And then as soon as I started driving the Lexus, I was like, huh? This is noisy, you know, compared to Model 3. Yeah, I don't know. Feels like they didn't try to make a good car, or just half-assed pushed out there, you know. Huh? That's new version from the drive. RZ 300 is RZ 3 okay. Front wheel drive. And Lexus is supposed to be the premium / luxury from Toyota. Okay, whatever. Wow, consumption 146 watt-hour per kilometer, and total consumption 175. Huh? That's not too bad. We are back home in Yes Home, and yeah, we came with 24%. Wow, that is impressive. Look at this. This is the consumption from Alvdal to here, 146 watt-hour per kilometer. And let me remind you that roughly 1/3 of that stretch, around 90 kilometers, is 110 zone motorway. And trust me, I didn't slowpoke on the motorway. I was hammering it. So yeah, barely legal, speed limit plus VAT. So yeah, total consumption for the whole trip, round trip now, 175 watt-hour per kilometer. Huh? Not too bad in this poor man's car. And you can see here also car scanner stats if you're interested. So we arrive now with 12.4 kilowatt-hour left. The battery was not overheated this run, which is good. Anyway, guys, right? Refrigerant label on the bonnet, right? Is it on the hood? You mean under the hood, right? Where do I find it? 744 heat pump R blah, blah, blah. No heat pump. Okay, let me try. Okay, pop the hood open. Open the hood. Pop the hood. Okay, let me double check again. It was 1, 2, 3, 4 YF. No heat pump. Yeah, if it's okay. There's a guy here, Alan Brown, on live stream. He says that check under the hood. If it says R744, that has heat pump. If it says R123 YF, that is not heat pump. Just double checking now. Do we have heat pump or not in this? Man, I forgot to plug in. Just want to utilize some precious charging time now in low-ish price. Yeah, okay. What guys saying? Yeah, poor man's car. Yeah, no heat pump. Yeah. But yeah, but as long as the temperature as long as outside temperature is around 10 degrees Celsius or higher, then there is not that much effect from the heat pump or that much gain or benefit. And then yeah, once the heat pump breaks, man, there could be freaking heavy, I mean expensive repairs. I'm not against heat pump. I'm saying that okay, well, we can live without this. Just avoid going out when it's too hot, cold, or expect to spend a lot more when it's cold outside. And on that, yeah. Not unable to fully charge. What? Are we not charging? Well, like is this unable to fully charge vehicle? What? Come on. What the heck is wrong here? Oh, I think I know what's wrong. Probably the schedule that is active. There. Yeah, now it stopped. Okay. Okay, anyway, guys, I'm gonna stop now. I'm gonna end now. I have a little bit of time to do stuff. Yeah. No, it wasn't that. It was just I had the Tibber. No, not Tibber. Easy station was set to have a schedule charge at midnight. So then that's why it didn't start charging. But now we're charging at the whopping 7 kilowatt hour per hour. But well, it's great. Okay, so I have around 20 minutes ish, almost half an hour if I hurry now to get the work done. Okay. Can't reply too much, but okay. Anyway, guys, talk to you guys tomorrow. The last day with the poor man's car. Sunday drive tomorrow. Okay, bye bye.